Have you ever wondered why some people just seem to get along with everyone they meet? Why they walk into a room and, within minutes, are surrounded by friends, colleagues, and even strangers eager to talk to them? Or maybe you've noticed how some people can convince others to see things their way effortlessly without ever raising their voice or resorting to manipulation. What if I told you that these people aren't born with some magical charm, that they aren't just naturals at making friends or influencing others? The truth is, they've mastered a set of principles that anyone can learn, and you're about to discover those very principles. In today's world, where we're constantly connected yet often feel isolated, these skills are more valuable than ever. Think about the last conversation you had with someone. Did you feel heard, respected, and valued? Or did you feel brushed off, misunderstood, or maybe even ignored? Connection is essential to our lives, both professionally and personally. But how many of us have ever actually taken the time to learn how to build genuine relationships? This is what sets successful, influential people apart. They know that relationships are not just a happy accident. They are built carefully and intentionally on a foundation of respect, appreciation, and empathy. Now, let's be clear. This isn't about working people to get what you want. It's about something far deeper. These principles are about creating connections that are sincere, lasting, and mutually beneficial. It's about learning to see the world through other people's eyes and, in the process, discovering how to make your own life richer and more fulfilled. When you make people feel valued, respected, and understood, you unlock something powerful, not only in them, but in yourself. So what does it take? The first step is often the hardest, setting aside your own ego. Think about it. How often are we tempted to prove that we're right, to win arguments, or to let others know we're more capable, more knowledgeable? And how often does that actually get us the outcome we want? The art of winning friends and influencing people isn't about proving your worth. It's about helping others feel their own. It's a subtle shift in mindset, but it's one that can change every conversation, every relationship, and every opportunity that comes your way. In the chapters to come, we'll dive deep into these timeless principles. You'll learn how a simple smile can disarm tension, how listening can be far more powerful than talking, and why the ability to truly understand someone else's perspective is one of the most valuable skills you can possess. And the best part? These aren't tricks or gimmicks. These are principles grounded in respect and empathy that, when practiced consistently, will transform the way you interact with the world. Imagine a life where you no longer struggle to connect with others. A life where every relationship, whether it's with your boss, your spouse, your friends, or even strangers, becomes a source of joy and strength. A life where you don't have to try so hard to be heard or understood, because the way you communicate naturally draws people to you. By the end of this journey, you'll not only understand the principles that make this possible, but also have the tools to apply them every day. You'll be able to approach each interaction with a sense of calm confidence, knowing that you have the skills to handle even the most difficult conversations with grace. These principles, as simple as they may seem, are life-changing. If you're ready to change the way you connect with others, to deepen relationships, and to unlock your true potential as a communicator, then let's begin. Imagine this. You're at work, and your colleague just made a mistake. It's a mistake that's going to make your day harder, maybe even ruin a project you've been pouring hours into. Your first instinct might be to call them out. After all, shouldn't they know what they've done wrong? Shouldn't they understand how their actions affect everyone else? But pause for a moment. Think about how you would feel if the roles were reversed. Would a harsh critique help you perform better, or would it make you feel demoralized? Criticism is a natural reaction. We see a flaw, an error, or a way someone falls short, and we feel the need to correct it. But while it might feel productive or even helpful, criticism often has the opposite effect. Criticizing someone doesn't just point out their mistake, it also threatens their self-worth and pride. When we criticize, we risk bruising egos, creating resentment, and even damaging the relationship permanently. This principle might sound simple, but it's deceptively powerful. Carnegie understood human nature well. He knew that people are rarely convinced by criticism, no matter how justified it might seem. In fact, criticism often pushes people further away, making them defensive and less likely to listen. When we're criticized, our first reaction is to justify our actions, to explain why we did what we did, and most importantly, to protect ourselves from feeling attacked. Take the case of Charles Schwab, the early 20th century industrialist who was known for his outstanding leadership abilities. Schwab firmly believed that criticism was an ineffective tool for management. Instead, he emphasized praise and encouragement. In one instance, he came across some of his employees smoking beneath a no-smoking sign. Instead of reprimanding them, he handed them cigars, smiled, and said, "I'd appreciate it if you smoked these outside." This simple act of kindness and respect accomplished what criticism could not. The employees respected Schwab more because he didn't embarrass them, and they willingly adhered to his request. Schwab understood that people respond to respect, not reproach. But why is criticism so ineffective? The answer lies in our psychology. When we're criticized, our brain shifts into a defensive state, making us more focused on justifying our behavior than on changing it. Instead of inspiring improvement, criticism often creates resentment. This defensive reaction is deeply rooted in our psyche and is often automatic, triggered without us even realizing it. Criticism makes people feel attacked, which often leads them to double down on their behavior instead of reflecting on it. One powerful way to avoid this trap is to shift from a mindset of criticism to one of understanding. When we see someone make a mistake or behave in a way we disagree with, our goal shouldn't be to criticize. Instead, we should aim to understand why they did what they did. Were they under pressure? Did they misunderstand the instructions? Are they dealing with challenges we might not see? This approach doesn't mean ignoring mistakes or avoiding feedback. Instead, it means delivering that feedback in a way that respects the other person's dignity and avoids damaging their self-worth. A great example of this approach is Abraham Lincoln. Early in his political career, Lincoln was known for his scathing letters and public criticisms, but as he grew older and wiser, he realized that harsh criticism only created enemies. In his later years, he made it a point never to criticize others publicly. When General Meade allowed Confederate forces to escape after the Battle of Gettysburg, Lincoln was furious. He drafted a letter condemning Meade, but instead of sending it, he put it aside. Lincoln knew that criticizing Meade wouldn't change the past, and it would only damage their relationship. Lincoln's restraint in this instance showed his understanding of human nature and his recognition of the power of refraining from criticism. Of course, refraining from criticism doesn't mean that we should overlook mistakes or accept poor performance. But there's a difference between pointing out a flaw and offering constructive guidance. Criticism isolates the problem and blames the individual, while constructive guidance seeks a solution without damaging the individual's self-esteem. By reframing your language to focus on improvement rather than fault, you make it easier for others to accept your feedback and grow from it. For example, consider the difference between saying, "You really messed up this project," and "I think we can find a way to make this project even better next time. Let's look at what worked and what didn't." The second approach shows that you're invested in a positive outcome and willing to work together on finding a solution. It doesn't place all the blame on the other person, but opens a dialogue that encourages collaboration. Let's dive into a practical way to incorporate this principle. Instead of criticizing, begin by noticing what the person has done well. Then, if there's room for improvement, frame it as an opportunity rather than a shortcoming. Say a colleague has put together a report but missed some key details. Rather than focusing on what's missing, you could say, "I can see you put a lot of effort into this report. I think it's a strong start. How about we add a few more details to make it even more effective?" This approach not only makes the person feel appreciated, but also encourages them to look for ways to improve without feeling criticized. This principle isn't just for the workplace, it works in all aspects of life. Imagine how different family dynamics would be if we avoided criticizing each other. Instead of saying, "You're always leaving the dishes for me to clean up," we could try, "I really appreciate it when you help with the dishes. It makes everything feel more manageable." The latter approach shifts the focus from blame to appreciation, which often leads to more willing cooperation. One more reason to avoid criticism is that it rarely reflects the full picture. Often, we don't know all the factors influencing someone's actions. Maybe your colleague who was late for a meeting had a rough morning with their kids or a stressful commute. By choosing not to criticize, we give others the benefit of the doubt, and in turn, cultivate a more supportive and understanding environment. Over time, practicing this principle will change the way people respond to you. When they feel understood rather than judged, they become more open, more engaged, and more willing to grow. Instead of seeing you as an adversary, they'll view you as a supporter, someone who's invested in their success. By giving people the space to improve without the weight of criticism, you'll create stronger relationships and a more positive atmosphere, whether at work, at home, or with friends. In the end, remember this: no one likes to be criticized, but everyone appreciates being encouraged. If you truly want to influence others, lead them with respect, understanding, and genuine appreciation. Avoiding criticism isn't about avoiding truth. It's about choosing kindness, patience, and a long-term approach to building trust. When we choose not to criticize, we choose connection over conflict, respect over resentment. This is the foundation of lasting, meaningful relationships, and it's one of the most powerful techniques you can use to handle people with grace, understanding, and, ultimately, influence. Give honest and sincere appreciation. Think about the last time someone genuinely appreciated something you did. Not just a polite thank you in passing, but real, heartfelt appreciation. Maybe it was a friend who noticed how much effort you put into planning a weekend trip, or a boss who publicly acknowledged the hard work you put into a project. How did that make you feel? Energized, valued, seen? True appreciation has the power to uplift us, to remind us of our worth, and to reinforce our commitment to what we do. And yet, so many of us overlook this powerful tool in our daily interactions. Dale Carnegie believed that appreciation is one of the most fundamental ways to influence others, but only when it's sincere. People are incredibly perceptive. They can easily tell the difference between genuine appreciation and flattery. The former strengthens relationships and builds trust, while the latter can come across as manipulative and shallow. Carnegie's approach was simple. Rather than looking for faults, look for qualities to admire and appreciate in others. When you make this a habit, you'll find that people are drawn to you, more willing to work with you, and more receptive to your influence. But how do we show appreciation in a way that feels genuine rather than contrived? It begins with shifting our mindset. Instead of taking people's actions for granted, try to actively notice the positive contributions they make. The truth is, every person wants to feel that their efforts matter, that they're seen and valued. Carnegie tells a story about Charles Schwab, a business magnate who led one of America's largest steel companies. Schwab once visited a mill where the workers weren't meeting production quotas. Instead of reprimanding them, he noticed a group that was working especially hard. He complimented them publicly, saying, "You guys are doing an excellent job." The simple, sincere compliment didn't just boost morale, it inspired the other teams to improve their own performance. Schwab knew that showing appreciation could have a more profound impact than criticism or threats ever could. Honest appreciation has a remarkable ripple effect. When we feel valued, we're more likely to value others. Think about it. If your boss regularly praises your hard work, aren't you more inclined to go the extra mile, maybe even encourage your co-workers to do the same? That's the true power of sincere appreciation. It doesn't just make people feel good in the moment. It motivates them to keep contributing in meaningful ways. So, how can we cultivate this habit of appreciation in our own lives? Start by being specific. General praise is nice, but specific appreciation goes much further. Instead of simply saying, "Good job," try saying, "I really appreciate the way you organized the project. It made everything run so smoothly." This shows the other person that you've noticed their unique contribution. It's not just a blanket compliment, it's a recognition of something meaningful they've done. Specific appreciation also shows that you've paid attention, which makes people feel understood and respected. Take the example of Benjamin Franklin. In his younger years, Franklin struggled to win over a rival in Philadelphia's political scene. Instead of ignoring the man or confronting him, Franklin used a clever approach. He asked his rival to lend him a rare book, a gesture that indicated Franklin respected the man's opinion and trusted him. The man complied, and Franklin returned the book with a heartfelt note of appreciation. This act of sincere acknowledgement shifted the dynamic, turning an adversary into an ally. This technique works because it appeals to our desire for affirmation. We all want to feel that our contributions, however small, have value. But this doesn't mean empty flattery. People sense when appreciation is genuine versus when it's simply a tactic to win favor. Sincere appreciation requires us to recognize the other person's unique qualities and contributions. Rather than viewing appreciation as a tool for personal gain, view it as an opportunity to uplift others genuinely. An easy way to start is by observing people's actions more closely. Pay attention to the little things that often go unnoticed. Maybe your spouse took the time to prepare your favorite meal, or a co-worker stayed late to finish a report. Acknowledge those efforts. Say, "Thank you for making dinner tonight. It really means a lot after a long day." Or, "I noticed you stayed late to wrap up the report. That extra effort didn't go unnoticed." Notice how specific this is. It's not just appreciation for the sake of it. It's recognizing someone's effort in a way that they'll remember. Sometimes people resist giving praise because they feel it might weaken their authority or seem unnecessary. But true leaders understand that giving sincere appreciation is a sign of strength, not weakness. It builds respect and rapport, making people more inclined to listen and follow. Consider Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was known for his ability to connect with people. He had a habit of remembering small details about everyone he met. He would remember the name of a secretary's child or a guard's interest in fishing, then ask them about it during casual conversations. These small acts of appreciation and acknowledgement endeared him to the people around him and created a network of loyal supporters. By showing that he valued everyone, Roosevelt gained not only respect, but loyalty. So why don't we show appreciation more often? Perhaps we assume that people already know how much we value them, or we might feel awkward expressing it. But the reality is, appreciation is often more powerful than we realize. It creates a bond, a connection that transcends titles, roles, or expectations. To take full advantage of this power, we need to be proactive. Don't wait for a big accomplishment or a special occasion. Look for everyday moments to appreciate those around you. This principle of giving sincere appreciation is transformative. In relationships, it fosters warmth and trust. In the workplace, it encourages productivity and morale. And in our personal lives, it reminds us to stay humble, grateful, and connected to the people who enrich our lives. To put this principle into practice, start with a simple challenge. Today, find 3 people in your life, at work, at home, or even a friend, and express genuine appreciation for something they've done. Be specific, be thoughtful, and be sincere. Notice how they react. You'll likely find that their whole demeanor changes, that their energy shifts, and that they may even pay the appreciation forward. This exercise not only helps the people you appreciate, but also reinforces your own mindset of gratitude and awareness. In the end, sincere appreciation isn't about manipulation or flattery. It's about recognizing the value in others and creating an atmosphere of respect and encouragement. When we learn to appreciate others authentically, we also remind ourselves of the goodness around us. As we go about our lives, let's remember that everyone we meet carries their own burdens, faces their own struggles, and contributes their own gifts. By showing appreciation, we honor that humanity, lifting others, and in turn, lifting ourselves. Think back to a time when someone tried to persuade you to do something. Maybe it was a salesperson attempting to get you to buy a product, or a friend pushing you to see things their way. What was your reaction? Did you feel excited to listen, or did you feel resistance building up? Often, people try to influence others by focusing on what they want, rather than considering what matters to the other person. But here's the truth. If you want to influence someone, you need to find a way to make them want the same thing as you. Dale Carnegie recognized that the key to influencing others is to shift the focus from your desires to theirs. Most people are fundamentally motivated by their own interests. It's natural. We all want to feel satisfied, valued, and fulfilled. So if we approach people with our own goals at the forefront, it's unlikely that we'll get the reaction we want. But if we make an effort to see things from their perspective, we can connect our desires to theirs. This is what Carnegie called arousing an eager want. Imagine you're a manager trying to motivate your team to meet a tough deadline. You could focus on why you want the project completed on time. Maybe it's a big priority for your boss, or maybe your own reputation depends on it. But if you approach your team with these reasons, it probably won't resonate. Instead, think about what your team members want. Maybe they're looking for opportunities to advance in their careers, or maybe they're motivated by recognition and a sense of accomplishment. By aligning the task with their own motivations, you can transform a mundane deadline into an exciting opportunity. Instead of saying, "I need this done for the company," you could try, "Completing this project successfully would be a great accomplishment, and it would set you apart for future leadership roles." This simple shift in perspective can make all the difference. One of the best examples of this principle comes from the advertising world. When advertisers want to sell a product, they don't focus on what the company wants. They focus on what the customer wants. For instance, a car commercial rarely talks about the manufacturing process or the company's profit margins. Instead, it shows images of freedom, adventure, and safety, things that appeal to the customer's desires. The car becomes more than just a vehicle. It becomes a way to fulfill a dream, to achieve a lifestyle, to satisfy a want. Let's explore a famous example. The founder of the cosmetics company, Helena Rubinstein, once said, "I have never sold beauty products. I sell hope." Rubinstein understood that people didn't want face cream. They wanted to feel youthful, confident, and admired. By focusing on what the customer truly wanted, she created a global empire. This is the essence of arousing an eager want. It's about tapping into deeper motivations and addressing those needs directly. But how can we apply this in our own lives? It starts with empathy. Empathy allows us to step outside of our own desires and look at the situation through someone else's eyes. It's a skill that can be practiced. For instance, the next time you're in a conversation, try to focus entirely on what the other person is saying without interrupting or thinking about how you'll respond. Instead, pay attention to what excites them, what concerns them, and what they seem to value. This insight will give you clues about their priorities and motivations. Once you understand what matters to someone, you can tailor your approach to meet those needs. Say you're trying to convince a friend to join you on a fitness journey. Your goal might be to have a workout partner or to improve your own health. But if your friend doesn't share these same goals, you might face resistance. Instead, consider what might appeal to them. Maybe they've mentioned wanting more energy or wanting to relieve stress. By framing the fitness journey as a way to increase their energy or reduce stress, you're speaking directly to their desires. This principle also works in difficult conversations. Imagine you need to address a recurring issue with a colleague who is frequently late. Instead of telling them how their tardiness affects your day, try to understand their motivations. Maybe they're struggling with balancing work and family, or perhaps they want to be perceived as reliable and competent, but are overwhelmed by other commitments. By aligning the solution with their desire to be seen as dependable, you can frame your request in a way that they're more likely to accept. You could say, "I know you're balancing a lot, and I want to help you manage that while still being able to meet our start times. How can we make it easier for you to be here on time?" This approach is far more likely to be effective than simply expressing frustration. People don't want to be told what to do. They want to feel like they're choosing it for themselves. This principle doesn't mean we manipulate others, but rather that we respect their agency and appeal to their desires. The goal isn't to force your will on others, but to inspire them to willingly align with a shared goal. Carnegie shares a story about a father who was struggling to get his son to stop smoking. The father could have demanded that his son stop, but he knew that approach wouldn't work. Instead, he shared a personal story about how smoking had affected his own health, emphasizing how much he cared about his son's well-being. Rather than issuing an order, he expressed his own vulnerability and appealed to his son's love for him. The son eventually quit smoking, not because he was forced to, but because he wanted to. The father had aroused in his son an eager want to live a healthy life, a desire that resonated more deeply than any demand could. As you can see, this principle is incredibly powerful in both personal and professional settings. When we take the time to understand others' needs and motivations, we can build connections and foster cooperation far more effectively. It's about shifting from a me-centered mindset to a we-centered mindset. By doing so, we create an environment where people feel valued and understood, which naturally leads them to be more open to our influence. To practice this, start by asking yourself a simple question before your next conversation. What does this person want? Make an effort to identify what motivates them, what they care about, and how you can connect that to your own goals. It's a skill that takes time to develop, but the results are worth the effort. When we learn to align our desires with the desires of others, we create a win-win situation where everyone involved feels satisfied, respected, and motivated. In essence, arousing an eager want is about shifting our approach from "how can I get what I want" to "how can I help others achieve what they want." This shift isn't just about getting what you want. It's about building lasting, meaningful relationships rooted in respect and mutual benefit. When we master this skill, we don't just become better communicators, we become more empathetic, more understanding, and ultimately more influential. Take a moment to think about the last time you felt someone was genuinely interested in you. Maybe they asked about your day, listened carefully to your story, or remembered a small detail you'd mentioned before. How did that feel? Most likely it made you feel valued, heard, and perhaps even important. Now, ask yourself how often you make others feel that way. One of the simplest yet most profound ways to win friends and build strong connections is to show genuine interest in others. It's not enough to simply go through the motions of polite conversation. Real connection comes when we authentically engage with others, making them feel seen and valued for who they are. Dale Carnegie believed that genuine interest is the foundation of all meaningful relationships, and he wasn't alone in this. Many of the world's most beloved leaders, from Franklin D. Roosevelt to Oprah Winfrey, are known for their ability to make others feel special. They understand that people crave attention, respect, and acknowledgement, and they use this knowledge to build strong, lasting connections. Why does genuine interest matter so much? The answer lies in our human nature. People are naturally drawn to those who appreciate them, and we tend to reciprocate kindness and attention. Carnegie called this the law of human conduct. When you show others that they matter to you, they're far more likely to respond with warmth, respect, and even loyalty. It's a principle that works in friendships, family relationships, and professional settings alike. So how can we cultivate genuine interest in others? It starts with a simple mindset shift. Rather than approaching interactions with your own agenda, try to focus entirely on the other person. This may seem small, but it makes a huge difference. When you're in a conversation, resist the urge to think about what you'll say next. Instead, listen. Pay close attention not only to their words, but also to their tone, body language, and emotions. Ask yourself, what excites them? What concerns them? What values do they hold dear? By focusing on these questions, you'll naturally become more engaged and interested in their perspective. One classic example of this principle is Franklin D. Roosevelt. Roosevelt was known for his remarkable ability to connect with people from all walks of life. He had a habit of learning small details about the people he met, whether it was the name of a secretary's child or a security guard's favorite hobby. When he saw them, he'd bring up these details in conversation, instantly making the person feel special and remembered. It wasn't just a trick. Roosevelt genuinely cared about the people around him. His interest in others wasn't a calculated move. It was a genuine curiosity that made him beloved by the public and respected by his peers. Another example is the story of a man named Howard Thurston, one of the world's most famous magicians. Thurston was beloved not only for his magical performances, but also for his connection with his audience. He made it a habit to tell himself before every show, "I love my audience. I love my audience." This simple affirmation kept his focus on the people watching him, allowing him to perform with passion and sincerity. He believed that without genuine interest in his audience, his magic would fall flat. Thurston's success wasn't just about the tricks he performed, it was about the energy he created by showing his audience they mattered. But let's talk about practical steps. How can you put this into action in your daily life? Start by being curious. Each person you meet has a unique story, perspective, and experience. Ask questions that show you're interested in their lives, not in a nosy way, but in a way that shows you value their insight. For example, instead of asking someone, "How was your weekend?" try, "What was the highlight of your weekend?" This small change encourages them to share something meaningful with you, rather than just giving a standard answer. Another powerful approach is to remember and follow up on details. If someone mentions they're starting a new project, ask them about it the next time you talk. If they have an upcoming event, remember to check in afterward. These small gestures show that you're genuinely invested in their lives, and they'll likely appreciate your thoughtfulness. In our busy lives, it's easy to feel rushed and distracted during conversations. But here's the thing. If you're not fully present, people will notice. They can sense when you're merely waiting for your turn to speak or when your mind is elsewhere. Being genuinely interested means committing to the moment, putting aside distractions, and giving the other person your full attention. Think of it this way. When someone gives you their full attention, it's a rare gift. Why not offer that same gift to others? One way to practice this skill is to make an effort to connect with people who might usually go unnoticed. The next time you're at a coffee shop, engage with the barista. Ask them how their day is going. Or when you're in a taxi, ask the driver about their favorite part of the city. These small interactions don't take much time, but they create moments of connection. You'll likely find that people open up and share stories you'd never hear otherwise. These moments enrich both your life and theirs. Genuine interest isn't just about personal connections, it's also a powerful tool in business. Think about successful networkers, people who seem to know everyone and have connections in every field. They didn't get there by talking about themselves. They got there by showing sincere interest in others, asking questions, and remembering details. When you approach networking with the mindset of, how can I learn more about this person? Rather than, what can I gain from this connection? You'll find that people respond more positively, and you'll naturally build stronger, more genuine connections. Sometimes people worry that showing too much interest might come off as insincere or even invasive. But the key is authenticity. If your interest is genuine, people will feel it. It's only when we try to fake it that people become wary. To avoid this, make sure your questions and comments come from a place of real curiosity and respect. In the end, becoming genuinely interested in others is a mindset that transcends specific conversations or techniques. It's about embracing the idea that everyone has value and something to teach us. By approaching people with an open mind and a sincere heart, we create space for real connections to flourish. This isn't a one-time effort. It's a habit, a way of living that will enrich every interaction you have. So the next time you meet someone new, put aside your agenda and focus on them. Show that you care about who they are, what they think, and what they feel. Over time, you'll find that your relationships deepen, your influence grows, and your life becomes filled with people who respect and appreciate you. This is the power of genuine interest, the power to make others feel seen, valued, and truly important. And in a world where everyone is looking to be noticed, there's no better way to win friends and build lasting connections than to simply, sincerely care. Let me ask you something. When was the last time you truly smiled at someone, not just out of politeness, but because you felt a genuine warmth or joy in the moment? Think about how that smile made the other person feel. Or think about how you feel when someone smiles warmly at you. It's a small act, so simple we often overlook it, but a smile has the power to open doors, break down barriers, and communicate volumes without a single word. Dale Carnegie recognized the incredible impact of a genuine smile. He believed that a smile is more than just a facial expression. It's an invitation, a message that says, I'm happy to see you, and I value this moment. A genuine smile creates a warm atmosphere, and in that warmth, connections can flourish. Carnegie once said, actions speak louder than words, and a smile says, I like you, you make me happy, I am glad to see you. A smile might be easy to overlook, but it's often the key that unlocks positive interactions. Consider this. In many ways, a smile is the universal language of kindness. It crosses cultures, languages, and age groups. In almost every part of the world, a smile is understood as a gesture of goodwill and warmth. No matter who you are or where you come from, you understand the message behind a smile. It's an instant way to create rapport and foster a sense of comfort. Even in challenging or tense situations, a well-timed smile can help diffuse tension, inviting others to approach you with openness and positivity. One famous story from Carnegie's book is about a businessman who wanted to land an important deal. He tried every sales tactic he knew, but kept coming up short. Finally, he realized that his tense, serious demeanor might be the problem. The next time he met his client, he made an intentional effort to smile and greet the client warmly. The client's reaction changed almost immediately. By simply smiling, the businessman communicated friendliness and approachability, creating a foundation of trust that led to a successful deal. This story illustrates how something as small as a smile can create an environment of openness and ease, essential for building relationships and influencing others. You might be wondering, can a smile really make such a big difference? Think about it this way. We're all drawn to people who make us feel good. When someone smiles at us, they're essentially saying, "I'm happy to be here with you." And because we're wired to seek positive experiences, we naturally gravitate toward those who make us feel welcome and valued. A genuine smile makes us feel seen, appreciated, and even understood. It signals that this moment, this interaction, is something worth enjoying. Let's break it down practically. Imagine you're meeting someone new for the first time. Without realizing it, they're likely assessing your facial expression, body language, and overall vibe. If you approach with a tense, unsmiling expression, they may feel apprehensive, even if you don't mean to come across that way. But if you smile, really smile, you immediately communicate warmth and friendliness. The other person's guard lowers, and they're more inclined to engage with you openly. A smile has the power to change not only others' perceptions, but also our own state of mind. Scientific research has shown that smiling, even if it's intentional at first, can actually improve your mood. It releases endorphins and serotonin, the body's natural feel-good chemicals, which can help reduce stress and make you feel happier. So, in a way, when you smile at someone, you're not just making them feel good, you're also creating a positive feedback loop for yourself. One of the best places to witness the power of a smile is in customer service. Think about your experience with a genuinely friendly cashier or server. A simple, warm smile can transform an ordinary transaction into a positive experience. It's why so many customer service training programs emphasize the importance of smiling. It's not just good manners, it's good business. When people feel welcomed and valued, they're more likely to return, to engage, and to build loyalty. A smile can be the difference between a one-time transaction and a lifelong customer relationship. The key, of course, is sincerity. A forced or insincere smile doesn't have the same impact and can even make people feel uncomfortable. People can tell when a smile is genuine. It shows not just in the mouth, but in the eyes, where real warmth is reflected. When you genuinely enjoy a moment, or when you truly appreciate someone's presence, that sincerity shines through. If you're someone who struggles with smiling or feels it doesn't come naturally, start by practicing in low-stakes settings. When you're walking down the street, try offering a small smile to a passerby or the barista at your favorite coffee shop. Notice their reaction. In most cases, they'll smile back, and you'll both feel a little bit better for it. Smiling is contagious. It's hard not to return a genuine smile, even on a difficult day. Carnegie also emphasized that smiling isn't just about face-to-face interactions. When we're speaking on the phone, for example, our tone of voice changes when we smile. Have you ever noticed how you can hear a smile through the phone? It's true. When we smile, our vocal cords shift subtly, and our voice projects warmth and friendliness. So even when you're not in person, smiling can enhance the quality of your interactions, making you sound more approachable and inviting. One place to be mindful of your smile is at the start of difficult conversations. It might seem counterintuitive to smile when the topic is serious or when emotions are running high, but a calm, warm expression can help soften the tension. It shows the other person that you're open to understanding, that you're there to listen rather than to confront. It sets the stage for a more productive and respectful dialogue. Over time, cultivating a habit of genuine smiling can have a profound impact on your life. You'll notice that people respond more positively to you, that interactions become smoother, and that you feel a greater sense of connection with those around you. And, just as importantly, you'll find that your own outlook brightens as well. Smiling doesn't just change others' perceptions of you, it changes your own mood, helps you stay calm under pressure, and allows you to approach life with more optimism and resilience. So the next time you're about to meet someone, whether it's a friend, a stranger, or a colleague, remember to smile. Let that smile be an invitation, a way of saying, "I'm glad to be here with you." It's a simple gesture with a powerful message, that this moment matters, that this connection is worth your time, and that you're ready to approach life with warmth and openness. In a world where kindness often feels in short supply, a smile is one of the easiest ways to spread a little positivity. It's free, it's effortless, and its effects are profound. Embrace the power of a genuine smile and watch how it transforms not only your relationships, but also your life. Imagine you're at a social gathering, meeting new people. You introduce yourself to someone, and within minutes, they call you by your name, asking how you're finding the event. Even in the noise and excitement around you, hearing your name stands out. It feels like a bridge, a small but meaningful connection, drawing you toward the person who remembered it. And there's a reason for this. Your name is uniquely yours, a word loaded with personal history, identity, and meaning. Dale Carnegie believed that remembering and using people's names is one of the simplest yet most powerful ways to make a positive impression. He called it the sweetest sound in any language, because a person's name is inherently tied to their sense of self. When we hear our name, it's a signal that we are valued, that someone has taken the time to recognize and remember us. A name is more than a label, it's a gateway to a personal connection. Consider how different it feels when someone remembers your name versus when they don't. Maybe you've experienced that awkward moment when someone you've met several times calls you by the wrong name, or worse, doesn't seem to remember you at all. The interaction instantly feels a little colder, less personal, as if you're just one of many faces they encounter. But when someone remembers your name and uses it warmly, it creates a moment of recognition, making you feel seen and respected. Remembering and using a person's name may seem simple, but it's a skill that many overlook. Carnegie recounts the story of a hotel manager who made it a point to remember the names of his guests. As a result, guests would return to the hotel, feeling welcomed and valued, even when there were other options in town. For the manager, remembering each guest's name was a small gesture, but for the guests, it was a memorable experience, one that set this particular hotel apart from the rest. This simple habit of remembering names made a lasting impact, building loyalty and goodwill. But why does this small act matter so much? It's because a name is more than just a sound. It's a symbol of identity, carrying with it a person's experiences, background, and personal significance. Remembering someone's name is a way of acknowledging their individuality, showing them that they're important enough to remember. In an increasingly fast-paced, impersonal world, this gesture stands out as a rare act of respect. The challenge, of course, is that names aren't always easy to remember, especially when you're meeting many people at once. But there are techniques to improve this skill. One simple method is to repeat the person's name immediately after they introduce themselves. If someone says, "Hi, I'm Sarah," respond with, "Nice to meet you, Sarah." This small repetition helps reinforce the name in your memory. You could also try associating the person's name with something familiar, an image, a characteristic, or even a rhyme, to help it stick. Another useful technique is to visualize the name in your mind. Picture it written out as you hear it, and imagine the name attached to the person's face. This mental picture strengthens the connection between the name and the individual, making it easier to recall later. Practicing this habit consistently can make a big difference, helping you remember names more effortlessly over time. One of Carnegie's stories illustrates the power of remembering names in a professional setting. He recalls the story of a banker named Jim Farley, who knew over 50,000 people by name. Farley's ability to remember names wasn't just a party trick. It was a genuine interest in people. He believed that by remembering names, he could build real connections, and this skill helped him become one of the most respected and successful men in his field. Farley didn't just see people as numbers or transactions. He saw each individual as a unique person, worthy of attention and respect. In our everyday lives, we have similar opportunities to make people feel valued simply by remembering their names. Whether you're at a networking event, a community gathering, or a casual get-together, using names can create a sense of familiarity and trust. Imagine you're meeting a group of colleagues for the first time. Instead of generic greetings, taking the time to address each person by name makes the meeting feel warmer and more personal. It shows that you're not just there for business, you're there to build real connections. Names are particularly important in leadership and management roles. When leaders remember the names of their team members, it strengthens their credibility and builds trust. Employees feel seen and appreciated, leading to a stronger sense of belonging and loyalty. Imagine a company where every leader made it a point to remember their employees' names. How different would the work culture feel? It's a small gesture with a profound impact, creating an environment where people feel acknowledged, respected, and motivated to contribute their best. Of course, remembering names isn't just about professional relationships. It's equally powerful in personal life. Imagine the impact of remembering the names of your neighbors, the regulars at your local coffee shop, or the people you meet at community events. These small acts of memory and attention make daily interactions more pleasant, creating a sense of community and belonging. It's easy to overlook the importance of this principle, especially when we're meeting many people at once. But each time we choose to remember and use a person's name, we're choosing to invest in a relationship, however brief. In a world where people often feel like they're just another face in the crowd, hearing one's name reminds them of their unique value. As you practice this principle, you'll likely find that people respond warmly. They'll feel a sense of comfort and connection, knowing that you took the time to remember them. And here's a secret. As you make others feel valued, you'll begin to feel more connected and fulfilled as well. Relationships, whether personal or professional, thrive on respect, attention, and a sense of individuality. By making a habit of remembering names, you're contributing to a culture of kindness, making the world around you just a little more personal, a little more connected. So, the next time you meet someone, make a conscious effort to remember their name. Use it in conversation and follow up with them by name whenever you see them again. It might feel like a small gesture, but to them, it's a reminder that they matter. Carnegie's advice on this principle isn't about flattery or charm. It's about genuinely valuing the people you meet. When you remember someone's name, you're not just acknowledging their presence, you're honoring their identity. A name is, after all, the sweetest sound in any language, And with this small act of respect, you can create lasting impressions, build stronger connections, and bring a little more warmth into the lives of those around you. Imagine you're at a social gathering, meeting new people. You introduce yourself to someone, and within minutes, they call you by your name, asking how you're finding the event. Even in the noise and excitement around you, hearing your name stands out. It feels like a bridge, a small but meaningful connection, drawing you toward the person who remembered it. And there's a reason for this. Your name is uniquely yours, a word loaded with personal history, identity, and meaning. Dale Carnegie believed that remembering and using people's names is one of the simplest yet most powerful ways to make a positive impression. He called it the sweetest sound in any language, because a person's name is inherently tied to their sense of self. When we hear our name, it's a signal that we are valued, that someone has taken the time to recognize and remember us. A name is more than a label. It's a gateway to a personal connection. Consider how different it feels when someone remembers your name versus when they don't. Maybe you've experienced that awkward moment when someone you've met several times calls you by the wrong name, or worse, doesn't seem to remember you at all. The interaction instantly feels a little colder, less personal, as if you're just one of many faces they encounter. But when someone remembers your name and uses it warmly, it creates a moment of recognition, making you feel seen and respected. Remembering and using a person's name may seem simple, but it's a skill that many overlook. Carnegie recounts the story of a hotel manager who made it a point to remember the names of his guests. As a result, guests would return to the hotel, feeling welcomed and valued, even when there were other options in town. For the manager, remembering each guest's name was a small gesture, but for the guests, it was a memorable experience, one that set this particular hotel apart from the rest. This simple habit of remembering names made a lasting impact, building loyalty and goodwill. But why does this small act matter so much? It's because a name is more than just a sound. It's a symbol of identity, carrying with it a person's experiences, background, and personal significance. Remembering someone's name is a way of acknowledging their individuality, showing them that they're important enough to remember. In an increasingly fast-paced, impersonal world, this gesture stands out as a rare act of respect. The challenge, of course, is that names aren't always easy to remember, especially when you're meeting many people at once. But there are techniques to improve this skill. One simple method is to repeat the person's name immediately after they introduce themselves. If someone says, "Hi, I'm Sarah," respond with, "Nice to meet you, Sarah." This small repetition helps reinforce the name in your memory. You could also try associating the person's name with something familiar, an image, a characteristic, or even a rhyme, to help it stick. Another useful technique is to visualize the name in your mind. Picture it written out as you hear it, and imagine the name attached to the person's face. This mental picture strengthens the connection between the name and the individual, making it easier to recall later. Practicing this habit consistently can make a big difference, helping you remember names more effortlessly over time. One of Carnegie's stories illustrates the power of remembering names in a professional setting. He recalls the story of a banker named Jim Farley, who knew over 50,000 people by name. Farley's ability to remember names wasn't just a party trick. It was a genuine interest in people. He believed that by remembering names, he could build real connections, and this skill helped him become one of the most respected and successful men in his field. Farley didn't just see people as numbers or transactions. He saw each individual as a unique person, worthy of attention and respect. In our everyday lives, we have similar opportunities to make people feel valued simply by remembering their names. Whether you're at a networking event, a community gathering, or a casual get-together, using names can create a sense of familiarity and trust. Imagine you're meeting a group of colleagues for the first time. Instead of generic greetings, taking the time to address each person by name makes the meeting feel warmer and more personal. It shows that you're not just there for business, you're there to build real connections. Names are particularly important in leadership and management roles. When leaders remember the names of their team members, it strengthens their credibility and builds trust. Employees feel seen and appreciated, leading to a stronger sense of belonging and loyalty. Imagine a company where every leader made it a point to remember their employees' names. How different would the work culture feel? It's a small gesture with a profound impact, creating an environment where people feel acknowledged, respected, and motivated to contribute their best. Of course, remembering names isn't just about professional relationships. It's equally powerful in personal life. Imagine the impact of remembering the names of your neighbors, the regulars at your local coffee shop, or the people you meet at community events. These small acts of memory and attention make daily interactions more pleasant, creating a sense of community and belonging. It's easy to overlook the importance of this principle, especially when we're meeting many people at once. But each time we choose to remember and use a person's name, we're choosing to invest in a relationship, however brief. In a world where people often feel like they're just another face in the crowd, hearing one's name reminds them of their unique value. As you practice this principle, you'll likely find that people respond warmly. They'll feel a sense of comfort and connection, knowing that you took the time to remember them. And here's a secret. As you make others feel valued, you'll begin to feel more connected and fulfilled as well. Relationships, whether personal or professional, thrive on respect, attention, and a sense of individuality. By making a habit of remembering names, you're contributing to a culture of kindness, making the world around you just a little more personal, a little more connected. So, the next time you meet someone, make a conscious effort to remember their name. Use it in conversation and follow up with them by name whenever you see them again. It might feel like a small gesture, but to them, it's a reminder that they matter. Carnegie's advice on this principle isn't about flattery or charm. It's about genuinely valuing the people you meet. When you remember someone's name, you're not just acknowledging their presence, you're honoring their identity. A name is, after all, the sweetest sound in any language, and with this small act of respect, you can create lasting impressions, build stronger connections, and bring a little more warmth into the lives of those around you. Have you ever found yourself in a conversation where the other person just talked and talked, barely pausing for you to get a word in? Or maybe you've had a moment where someone seemed genuinely interested in what you had to say, hanging on to your every word. How did those two experiences differ in how you felt afterward? One of the most important yet underestimated skills in human connection is the art of listening. True listening, the kind that makes people feel valued, is rare. Dale Carnegie argued that being a good listener isn't just a nice trait. It's a powerful tool that can open doors, foster trust, and create lasting relationships. He believed that people don't just want to be heard, they want to feel understood. And by listening, truly listening, we can give them that gift. Let's consider why this principle matters so much. Think about it. When we talk to others, we're usually sharing pieces of ourselves, our thoughts, our beliefs, our worries, or our dreams. These aren't just words, they're reflections of who we are. So when someone listens to us with full attention, it feels like an acknowledgement of our humanity. On the other hand, when we feel unheard, it can leave us feeling dismissed or undervalued, as though our words, and by extension, our experiences, don't matter. One classic example of the power of listening comes from the life of a well-known psychologist, Carl Rogers. Rogers was a pioneer in counseling, and one of his fundamental practices was what he called active listening. He realized that people didn't just want advice or solutions. They wanted someone who would listen to them, who would hear them without judgment. By creating a safe space for people to express themselves freely, Rogers helped countless individuals find clarity and healing on their own. His work proved that listening is more than just a passive activity. It's a powerful way of showing respect, empathy, and support. But how can we practice being better listeners in our everyday lives? The first step is to quiet our own minds. So often when someone else is talking, we're not fully present. We're busy thinking about what we're going to say next, or maybe even distracted by something else entirely. This kind of listening isn't really listening at all. It's waiting for our turn to speak. To truly listen, we need to set aside our own thoughts and give the other person our full attention. It might sound simple, but in practice, it takes discipline and intentionality. One helpful technique is to ask questions that encourage the other person to open up. When someone is telling a story, instead of jumping in with your own similar experience, try asking follow-up questions. Say your friend is sharing their thoughts about a recent challenge at work. Instead of immediately sharing your own work story, try asking, "How did that make you feel?" Or, "What do you think you'll do next?" These kinds of questions show that you're not only paying attention, but that you're genuinely interested in their experience. Carnegie believed that encouraging others to talk about themselves is one of the quickest ways to build rapport. He wasn't alone in this thinking. Many social scientists have found that talking about ourselves activates the same pleasure centers in the brain as food or money. In other words, when people talk about themselves, they feel good. When we give people the space to share their stories, we're giving them a moment of enjoyment and validation, and they're more likely to remember us fondly because of it. In one of Carnegie's stories, he describes a time when he met a botanist at a social gathering. Carnegie knew little about botany, but he asked the man questions about his work. The botanist became animated, talking at length about plants, ecosystems, and his research. Carnegie barely said a word, yet at the end of the night, the botanist told their host that Carnegie was one of the best conversationalists he had ever met. The irony, of course, is that Carnegie hardly spoke at all. Instead, he made the botanist feel valued by listening intently and encouraging him to share his passion. This story illustrates a valuable lesson. Being a good conversationalist isn't about talking a lot. It's about making the other person feel heard. When we encourage others to talk about themselves, we're showing that we care about their experiences, their thoughts, and their feelings. And this act of caring is what people remember. In professional settings, being a good listener can also set you apart as a leader. Many people think leadership is about giving orders or making big speeches, but some of the best leaders are those who know how to listen. When employees feel that their ideas and concerns are heard, they're more likely to be motivated, engaged, and loyal. Listening builds trust, which is the foundation of any strong team. So, what holds us back from being good listeners? Often, it's our own ego. We want to feel important, to have our voice heard, and to share our opinions. But Carnegie's advice invites us to set aside our ego and prioritize the other person's perspective. It's about giving rather than taking. When we focus on making others feel understood, we open ourselves up to deeper, more meaningful connections. Listening also requires patience, a willingness to sit with silence, and an openness to learning from others. In a world that's always pushing us to be quick, efficient, and productive, listening is a kind of rebellion. It's a decision to slow down, to be present, and to let go of the need to control the conversation. And in that space, remarkable things can happen. One way to practice this skill is to consciously give someone your full attention today. Choose a friend, family member, or colleague, and make an effort to listen without interrupting, without offering advice, and without turning the conversation back to yourself. Just listen. Notice how it changes the dynamic of the conversation and how the other person responds. You may be surprised at the depth and authenticity that emerge when you're simply there to listen. In the end, being a good listener is one of the most generous acts we can offer. It's a way of saying, I value your thoughts, your experiences, and your time. It's a small gift, but one that can mean the world to someone who feels unheard or misunderstood. Carnegie's principle of being a good listener isn't just about having better conversations. It's about building a life filled with connection and respect. By choosing to listen, we choose to make others feel seen, valued, and understood. And in a world that can often feel impersonal and rushed, that act of listening can be transformative. So, remember, the next time you're in a conversation, take a breath, let go of your own thoughts, and really listen. You might just find that it's one of the most powerful tools you have for connecting with the people around you. Imagine you're at a social event, meeting new people. The first person you encounter talks endlessly about their hobbies, accomplishments, and opinions, barely giving you a chance to speak. The second person, however, shows a genuine interest in what you enjoy. They ask questions, listen carefully, and engage with you on topics you care about. Which person would you want to spend more time with? Dale Carnegie believed that one of the most powerful ways to build rapport and connect with others is to talk in terms of their interests. It's simple, yet profound. When we take the time to focus on what matters to others, we show that we value them as individuals, not just as people to talk to. This principle taps into a fundamental truth about human nature. People are most engaged when they're discussing things they care about. Talking in terms of the other person's interests isn't just about being polite. It's a way to open doors and build trust. Carnegie tells the story of a salesman who mastered this principle. Instead of starting his sales pitch with a long list of product features, he would begin each conversation by asking his clients about their specific needs, challenges, and interests. By the time he mentioned the product, he already understood what the client was looking for, and he could tailor his pitch to fit their unique needs. As a result, he was able to build strong relationships with his clients, earning their trust and loyalty. But why does talking in terms of the other person's interests make such a difference? When we talk about what matters to us, we're speaking from our perspective, often focusing on our own goals, desires, and experiences. While it's natural to do this, it doesn't create a sense of connection. But when we shift our focus to what interests them, we're saying, I see you. I'm here to understand and connect with you on a deeper level. It's a simple but powerful act of empathy. Consider how this principle might play out in a work setting. Let's say you're leading a team, and one of your goals is to improve employee morale. You could start by talking about your vision for the team, your goals, and what you think everyone should do. But imagine the difference if, instead, you took the time to talk with each team member about what matters to them. Perhaps one person is motivated by career advancement, while another values flexibility or creative freedom. By understanding their unique interests, you can create a plan that aligns with what each person values, rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. This personalized connection builds rapport and motivates people because they feel understood and valued. Carnegie often pointed out that people are more likely to open up and engage when you're talking about something they enjoy. If you're not sure what someone's interests are, ask questions. Show curiosity about their life, work, hobbies, or family. Even if you don't share their passions, the simple act of asking and showing interest can make a big impact. For instance, if you're meeting someone for the first time and find out they love hiking, you don't have to be a hiking enthusiast yourself to connect with them on that topic. You could say, I've always admired people who are passionate about the outdoors. What's your favorite hike so far? By talking about something that excites them, you're more likely to engage them in a meaningful conversation. They'll walk away with a positive impression of you, not because of what you said, but because you showed interest in their world. Carnegie also emphasized the importance of this principle in personal relationships. Imagine your friend is passionate about a new hobby, like painting or playing guitar. Even if these aren't your interests, taking the time to ask them about their progress, listen to their experiences, and maybe even watch them perform can deepen your friendship. When we show interest in what matters to the people we care about, we create bonds that go beyond surface-level conversation. This principle is also powerful in negotiation. Skilled negotiators know that a successful deal is often about finding common ground that aligns with the interests of both parties. Rather than focusing solely on what they want, effective negotiators take the time to understand what's important to the other side. They'll ask questions, listen, and adjust their approach to find a solution that benefits everyone. This mindset of mutual benefit is at the heart of great negotiation and is essential for building trust. Another example Carnegie gives is about a man named Charles Schwab, who was known for his ability to connect with employees. Instead of starting conversations with instructions or criticisms, Schwab would talk about things that interested the workers. He might ask them about their families or hobbies, building rapport before addressing work-related issues. By taking an interest in their lives outside of work, he fostered loyalty and goodwill, making his employees feel valued. When the time came for Schwab to discuss work, employees were more willing to listen and cooperate because they knew he genuinely cared about them. You may be wondering, what if I don't know what interests the other person? If that's the case, use open-ended questions to find out. Instead of asking, "Did you enjoy the weekend?" try, "What did you do over the weekend?" This approach invites them to share something meaningful, giving you a glimpse into their interests. Or, if you're in a professional setting, you could ask, "What's your favorite part of your job?" Questions like these encourage people to open up, sharing insights about what motivates and excites them. As simple as this principle sounds, it requires a shift in focus. It's easy to get caught up in talking about ourselves, especially if we're passionate about a particular topic. But Carnegie's advice invites us to take a step back and focus on what excites others. This act of interest isn't just about making conversation, it's about showing respect and creating a connection. It's about stepping into their world and showing that you value their experiences, their joys, and their struggles. And here's the hidden power of this principle. When you talk in terms of the other person's interests, they're more likely to open up, trust you, and eventually want to know more about you. This is because people are naturally drawn to those who make them feel valued and understood. By focusing on their interests first, you build a foundation of goodwill, making it easier for them to take an interest in you in return. To practice this principle, try a simple exercise. In your next conversation, make a conscious effort to find out what the other person is interested in. Ask open-ended questions, listen to their responses, and steer the conversation toward topics that excite them. Notice how the dynamic changes. You'll likely find that they're more animated, more engaged, and more positive in their response to you. In the end, talking in terms of the other person's interests is a choice to prioritize their experience over your own. It's a decision to connect on their terms, creating a space where they feel seen, valued, and respected. This isn't just a strategy for building rapport. It's a way of honoring others, of making each interaction meaningful and fulfilling for both of you. So the next time you're in a conversation, remember Carnegie's advice. Find out what they care about and meet them there. In doing so, you'll discover a powerful way to create connections that last. Think back to the last time someone made you feel truly valued. Maybe they acknowledged a unique quality you bring to the table or took the time to thank you for something specific you'd done. It probably left you feeling uplifted, more confident, and more willing to engage with that person again. Now, imagine bringing that feeling to others every time you interact with them. This isn't about flattery or insincere compliments. It's about truly recognizing and honoring the worth of others. Dale Carnegie believed that one of the most meaningful things we can do in any interaction is to make others feel important. But here's the key: it must be sincere. People are incredibly perceptive. They can sense when praise is genuine versus when it's simply an attempt to manipulate or win favor. Sincerity is the foundation of respect, and when we honor others with a sense of genuine appreciation, we create connections that are both strong and lasting. This principle flows naturally from what we discussed in the last chapter, talking in terms of the other person's interests. When we listen to what others value, we gain insight into who they are and what makes them unique. By engaging with them on these topics, we show that we value their perspective. But making someone feel important takes this idea a step further. It's about letting others know they're more than just another face in the crowd, that they're seen for who they are. Carnegie tells the story of a manager who took this principle to heart. Rather than simply treating his employees as part of the machine, he took time to learn about each individual, what they enjoyed, what they struggled with, and what their strengths were. He made it a point to thank them specifically for their unique contributions. When someone went above and beyond, he would recognize them publicly. Over time, this created a work environment where people felt genuinely valued, and they responded with loyalty and dedication. They didn't work hard just because they had to. They did it because they wanted to, because they felt like they mattered. Think about how this principle might apply in your own life. Imagine you're working on a project with a team, and one member has been putting in extra hours to make sure everything goes smoothly. You could say, "Thanks for the hard work," which would certainly be polite. But how much more powerful would it be to say, "I really appreciate the extra hours you're putting in to keep us on track. Your dedication is making a huge difference." This specific acknowledgement not only makes them feel appreciated, but also shows that you truly understand and value their efforts. This principle is particularly powerful in personal relationships. Consider how often we assume our loved ones already know they're important to us. Maybe you assume your spouse knows how much you appreciate their support, or that your friend understands how valuable they are. But the truth is, we all need to be reminded. Even those closest to us benefit from hearing sincere words of appreciation. Taking the time to acknowledge the specific qualities and actions you value in the people around you can strengthen your relationships in ways that few other actions can. Making others feel important also means being present and paying attention. When you're speaking with someone, put away distractions, make eye contact, and show that you're fully engaged. This act alone is becoming increasingly rare in our fast-paced, technology-driven world, and it makes people feel valued in a very genuine way. By giving someone your full attention, you're sending the message that they're worth your time and that you respect what they have to say. Carnegie's principle is about more than words. It's about how we approach others with respect and empathy. For example, imagine you're at a social gathering and notice someone standing alone. Instead of focusing on the people you already know, take a moment to approach that person. Introduce yourself, ask them about themselves, and make them feel part of the group. By extending this small kindness, you're showing that they matter, that they're worth including and engaging with. You're giving them the gift of connection, and in doing so, you'll often find that you gain a new connection yourself. This principle is crucial in leadership as well. Great leaders don't just manage tasks, they manage people. recognizing each person's contributions and making sure they know their work is valuable. In fact, many studies have shown that employees who feel appreciated are more productive, more engaged, and more likely to stay in their jobs. The best leaders understand that making others feel important is one of the most effective ways to foster loyalty and create a positive team dynamic. They know that when people feel seen, they perform at their best, bringing both heart and skill to their work. The same principle holds true in friendships. Think about the friends who make you feel important. They probably remember the details of what you tell them, celebrate your successes, and check in when they know you're going through something challenging. These are the people we hold close, not because of grand gestures, but because of their consistent care and attention. They make us feel that we matter, and we're drawn to them because of it. So how can we start practicing this principle daily? Start by genuinely noticing the strengths and contributions of those around you. Instead of giving generic compliments, look for specific things to appreciate. If a coworker did a great job on a presentation, point out the parts that impressed you. If a friend showed up for you when you needed support, let them know how much their presence meant to you. When you offer these sincere acknowledgements, you'll find that people respond with warmth and openness. It's important to remember that making others feel important isn't about flattery. Carnegie warned against empty compliments, which can actually have the opposite effect, making people feel manipulated rather than valued. Instead, this principle is about finding real qualities in others to admire and expressing that admiration sincerely. When your praise is rooted in truth, it resonates deeply, creating a foundation of respect and trust. Another aspect of this principle is humility. When we make an effort to make others feel important, we're essentially setting aside our own ego and putting them first. It's an act of humility that opens us up to learning from others, appreciating their strengths, and recognizing their unique perspectives. This shift in focus can lead to personal growth as we begin to see the value in others and, by extension, understand our own value better. Carnegie's advice to make others feel important isn't just about building better relationships. It's about creating a world where people feel valued and respected. In our everyday interactions, we have the power to uplift others, to remind them of their worth, and to foster a sense of belonging. Imagine the impact we could have if everyone made a habit of showing sincere appreciation for the people around them. So, the next time you're with someone, take a moment to recognize their value. Let them know they're appreciated, not with empty praise, but with specific, sincere acknowledgement of what makes them unique. In doing so, you're not just building rapport, you're contributing to a culture of kindness, respect, and connection, one small interaction at a time. Imagine a time when you found yourself in a heated argument. Perhaps it was with a coworker, a friend, or even a family member. Voices were raised, points were made, and emotions were high. But when it was over, did anyone truly win? In most arguments, even if one person manages to make their point or get the last word, there's often a sense of loss on both sides. Relationships can suffer, respect may diminish, and the resentment left behind can linger. Dale Carnegie believed that in most cases, the best way to win an argument is to avoid it altogether. This doesn't mean avoiding difficult conversations or walking away from issues that matter. It means choosing a path of understanding over confrontation, seeing the bigger picture rather than getting bogged down in a battle of words. Carnegie understood that arguments, especially when they become emotional, often lead to defensiveness, stubbornness, and hurt feelings. Even if we prove our point, the relational damage can be long-lasting. At first, this principle might sound counterintuitive. After all, many of us are taught to stand our ground and fight for what we believe in. And while there's a time and place for speaking up, Arguments rarely create the outcomes we hope for. When people feel attacked, their natural reaction is to defend themselves, digging deeper into their own perspective rather than considering yours. No matter how valid your points are, they may never reach the other person if the conversation turns combative. This is especially true in professional settings. Imagine you're in a meeting and a colleague proposes an idea that you think is flawed. If you respond by immediately pointing out the weaknesses in their proposal, they might feel embarrassed or defensive. But if instead you ask questions, express curiosity, or suggest exploring alternatives together, you're more likely to reach a productive solution without bruising egos. By avoiding an outright argument, you preserve both your relationship and the potential for collaboration. Carnegie shares the story of a businessman who took this principle to heart. Whenever he was tempted to argue, he reminded himself of the bigger picture. His goal wasn't to win an argument, but to build relationships and achieve results. One time, when a competitor made a public accusation against him, he had every reason to respond defensively. But instead, he chose not to react, remaining calm and refusing to engage in a public dispute. In the end, the competitor's accusations faded, and the businessman's reputation remained intact. By avoiding the argument, he preserved his dignity and avoided the potential fallout of a public feud. This principle applies to personal relationships as well. Think about a disagreement with a friend or loved one. Often, our first instinct is to defend our point of view, even if it means escalating the conflict. But what if, instead of arguing, we took a step back? What if we focused on understanding their perspective rather than proving ours? This doesn't mean agreeing with everything they say. It means showing respect for their feelings and recognizing that preserving the relationship is often more valuable than winning a single point. To put this principle into practice, consider a common scenario: a disagreement over a small issue, like household chores or a minor inconvenience. It's easy to let these moments turn into arguments, especially when stress is high. But instead of responding with frustration, try expressing understanding. For example, if your partner is upset that the dishes weren't done, rather than defending yourself, acknowledge their feelings. You might say, "I can see this bothered you, and I'll make sure it doesn't happen again." This response diffuses tension and avoids an argument, focusing instead on understanding and resolution. Avoiding arguments doesn't mean we ignore our own needs or opinions. Rather, it's about choosing a productive path that prioritizes mutual respect. Arguments tend to focus on who is right and who is wrong, but conversations focused on understanding don't have winners and losers. They create a sense of partnership where both people can work together to find a solution. In this way, you're not avoiding the issue, you're approaching it from a place of collaboration rather than conflict. Of course, there are times when disagreements can't be entirely avoided. In these situations, Carnegie recommends choosing a calm, diplomatic approach. Start by acknowledging the other person's perspective. Let them know you value their thoughts, even if you disagree. For example, you could say, "I appreciate that you see it that way, and I understand why you might feel strongly about it." This statement doesn't concede the argument, but it shows respect, creating a foundation where both parties can speak without escalating the conflict. One strategy Carnegie suggests is to practice active listening during tense moments. When someone expresses a viewpoint you disagree with, try summarizing their points before responding. For example, if a colleague is frustrated about a project deadline, you could say, "I hear that you're concerned about the timeline and feel that it's not realistic." This shows that you've taken the time to understand their perspective, even if you still have a different view. In fact, acknowledging another person's point of view often creates an opening for dialogue. They feel heard, and are therefore more willing to listen to your perspective in return. This approach can turn what might have been an argument into a constructive conversation where both sides are willing to work toward a solution. Carnegie's principle of avoiding arguments also invites us to look inward. Often, our urge to argue comes from a desire to defend our pride or prove ourselves. But if we take a step back, we can see that arguments rarely serve these goals in a meaningful way. By avoiding unnecessary disputes, we practice humility and self-control, focusing on solutions rather than on proving a point. This approach also has a surprising side effect. When we stop arguing, people are more likely to respect and listen to us. By refusing to engage in combative discussions, we project confidence, calmness, and maturity. This doesn't mean we avoid all forms of disagreement. It simply means we choose a different approach, one that seeks understanding and mutual respect over victory. To put this into practice, try a small experiment. The next time you feel an argument brewing, pause. Take a deep breath and ask yourself if there's a way to approach the conversation with curiosity instead of conflict. Can you ask a question instead of making a statement? Can you express empathy rather than defensiveness? Notice how the dynamic changes when you make this shift. Often you'll find that the other person responds in kind, de-escalating the tension and opening the door to constructive conversation. In the end, Carnegie's advice isn't about avoiding difficult discussions. It's about choosing the path of least resistance for a more harmonious outcome. By focusing on understanding and respecting others, we avoid the pitfalls of arguments and build stronger, more meaningful relationships. And in a world where everyone seems eager to prove themselves, choosing peace over conflict can be the most powerful statement of all. So, remember, the only way to truly win an argument is to avoid it. Embrace the bigger picture, choose understanding over combat, and watch how your relationships transform as a result. Imagine you're sharing an idea with someone, a friend, a coworker, or even a stranger. You're excited, you believe in what you're saying, and you feel strongly about it. Now, imagine their immediate response is, "You're wrong." How would you feel? Most likely a wall would go up. You'd feel a rush of defensiveness, and rather than listening to their point, your mind would start building a counter-argument. Dale Carnegie understood this reaction well, which is why he advocated for a simple yet powerful principle. Never tell someone, "You're wrong." Not only does it immediately put the other person on the defensive, but it can also damage your credibility and hinder genuine conversation. Instead, Carnegie advises us to approach differences of opinion with respect, showing that we value the other person's perspective, even if we disagree. This principle ties directly into avoiding arguments, as we discussed in the last chapter. When we tell someone they're wrong, we're inviting an argument, challenging their intelligence, and dismissing their beliefs. But by respecting their opinion, we create a space where both sides feel heard and true dialogue can occur. Imagine you're in a work meeting and a colleague presents an idea that you believe has some serious flaws. Instead of saying, "I think that's wrong," consider a softer approach. You could say, "That's an interesting perspective. Could you tell me more about your reasoning?" This not only opens up the conversation, but also allows you to understand their thinking. By showing curiosity instead of criticism, you may discover aspects of their idea you hadn't considered. And even if you still disagree, your respectful approach allows both of you to find common ground without damaging the relationship. Carnegie shares a story about an engineer who put this principle to the test. He was discussing a technical issue with a colleague, and they had differing opinions on the solution. Rather than stating his own viewpoint bluntly, the engineer began by acknowledging the other person's perspective, saying, "You know, I could be wrong, but here's how I see it." By phrasing his view in a humble and open-minded way, He encouraged his colleague to consider his perspective without feeling threatened. They were able to discuss the issue constructively, and in the end, they reached a solution that incorporated ideas from both sides. This approach has a profound effect on the people around us. When we refrain from saying, "You're wrong," we're essentially giving the other person a sense of dignity and respect. We're saying, "I value your thoughts, even if they differ from mine." This small act of humility can have a transformative effect, making others feel respected and willing to engage in open discussion. In personal relationships, this principle can be equally powerful. Imagine a disagreement with a close friend or family member. If you respond with, "I don't think that's right," or "You're wrong about that," the conversation will likely become tense, as they'll feel a need to defend their viewpoint. But if, instead, you respond with, "That's an interesting way of looking at it. Tell me more," you're giving them space to express themselves without feeling challenged. This response doesn't mean you agree, but it shows that you're open to understanding their perspective, which can often lead to a more meaningful exchange. This principle also encourages us to embrace the idea of intellectual humility. When we admit that we might not have all the answers, we open ourselves up to learning from others. By avoiding statements like, "You're wrong," we're reminding ourselves that other perspectives can be valuable, even if they differ from our own. This mindset is particularly useful in a world where information and viewpoints are diverse and constantly evolving. One way to practice this principle is to use phrases that soften your stance. Instead of saying, "That's wrong," try saying, "I see it differently," or "Here's my take on it." This approach doesn't compromise your viewpoint, but it shows respect for theirs. It signals that you're open to discussion rather than confrontation. And often, by approaching conversations this way, you'll find that the other person is more willing to consider your viewpoint as well. Carnegie also encourages us to acknowledge when others are partially right. If someone makes a point that has some truth to it, recognizing that truth can go a long way. For example, if you're debating a topic and they bring up a valid concern, acknowledge it. You make a good point about that aspect. By validating the other person's insights, you create an atmosphere of mutual respect. This approach often encourages them to be more open to your perspective as well. This principle has an impact beyond just avoiding arguments. It builds trust. When people feel that their opinions are respected, they're more likely to feel comfortable sharing with you, knowing that you won't dismiss or belittle their ideas. This trust is invaluable, whether in personal relationships, professional settings, or casual interactions. Let's apply this idea to a real-world scenario. Suppose you're discussing a political issue with a friend, and you each hold opposing views. Rather than diving into why you think their position is flawed, start by asking them why they hold their view. Show a genuine interest in understanding their perspective. You might say, "I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. I know we see it differently, but I'm curious to understand your perspective." This approach invites an open conversation and signals that you're interested in dialogue rather than debate. Even if you still disagree, your friend will appreciate the respect you've shown for their viewpoint. When we respect others' opinions, we also learn to see the world through a broader lens. We become more adaptable, more open to new ideas, and more aware of the diversity of thought that surrounds us. This doesn't mean abandoning our own beliefs, but it does mean approaching others with a mindset of curiosity rather than judgment. In the end, Carnegie's advice to never say you're wrong isn't about suppressing our opinions. It's about choosing our words carefully, knowing that respect goes a long way in fostering understanding. By showing respect for the perspectives of others, we make them feel valued, encouraging them to listen to us in return. In a world where people are often quick to argue, this approach is a refreshing alternative, one that prioritizes connection over conflict. So, next time you're faced with a differing opinion, remember to show respect. Avoid the words, "you're wrong," and choose a path of openness and understanding. Not only will you avoid unnecessary arguments, but you'll also build relationships rooted in respect, empathy, and genuine connection. One of the most challenging things for many people is admitting when they're wrong. It often feels uncomfortable, even vulnerable, to acknowledge a mistake, especially when it affects others. Yet, Dale Carnegie saw an opportunity in this discomfort. He believed that admitting our mistakes quickly and emphatically is one of the most powerful ways to disarm tension, build trust, and preserve relationships. Far from making us appear weak, it shows strength, humility, and a willingness to learn. When we're in the wrong, the natural response might be to defend ourselves or find reasons to justify our actions. But the reality is that defensiveness often prolongs the issue and deepens any hurt feelings. On the other hand, an open admission of fault can immediately diffuse tension and foster goodwill. By taking responsibility, we demonstrate integrity and invite others to respond with understanding and forgiveness. Carnegie shares a story of an executive who received a harsh complaint from a client. The executive's initial reaction was to argue, feeling the accusations were exaggerated, but instead he chose to admit fault without hesitation. He replied with a letter saying, "You're absolutely right. I'm ashamed of the way we handled this, and I'll do everything I can to make it right." This response turned the situation around. Not only did the client appreciate his honesty, but they continued to do business with the company, now with even greater respect for its leadership. Admitting mistakes quickly doesn't just resolve conflict, it can enhance relationships. When someone sees us take ownership of our actions, they're more likely to see us as trustworthy and reliable. They know that we're willing to acknowledge when we've made a mistake and take steps to make amends. This principle is particularly valuable in leadership. Employees are often more motivated to follow a leader who shows humility and responsibility rather than one who tries to appear infallible. In our personal lives, too, this principle has lasting impact. Admitting fault without hesitation can prevent small misunderstandings from escalating into bigger issues. Whether it's forgetting a friend's birthday or accidentally misinterpreting a partner's words, taking responsibility right away shows that the relationship matters more than protecting one's pride. In fact, this kind of honest vulnerability can strengthen bonds by fostering a culture of trust and forgiveness. There's something profoundly human about admitting a mistake. It resonates with others because everyone knows how it feels to make an error, to feel embarrassed or uncertain. When we acknowledge our faults openly, we create a space where others feel comfortable doing the same. This sets a powerful example, encouraging an environment where people feel safe admitting their own mistakes and, as a result, learning from them. Carnegie also emphasized the importance of admitting mistakes emphatically. A lukewarm or half-hearted admission of fault doesn't carry the same sincerity. Saying, "Maybe I was wrong," or "I suppose it could have been my fault," can come across as insincere, leaving others feeling unsatisfied or still inclined to argue. By contrast, an emphatic admission, such as "I was completely wrong and I apologize," has the power to end the dispute then and there, signaling that there's no room for further argument. This principle has practical implications in negotiation as well. Admitting a misstep can make the other party more willing to compromise, knowing that you're approaching the discussion with honesty and transparency. Carnegie describes this approach as outflanking the other party by acknowledging the mistake before they have a chance to argue. It takes the wind out of their sails, making it easier to reach a resolution. In situations where tension is high, a quick admission of fault can also help restore calm. Say you're working on a project and an error in calculations has caused a setback. A swift acknowledgement, "That was my oversight, I didn't double-check the numbers," can immediately change the tone. Your team will likely appreciate your honesty and shift their focus from blame to solutions. This approach prevents issues from festering and keeps the team united, working toward a common goal. Another benefit of admitting fault quickly is that it helps to resolve issues before they spiral. When we delay or avoid admitting a mistake, we risk letting resentment build. The longer we wait, the harder it becomes to resolve the issue, as emotions and frustrations can grow. Taking responsibility as soon as possible prevents these negative feelings from taking root, allowing both parties to move on without lingering tension. For many, admitting fault can be an exercise in humility. It requires setting aside the ego and accepting that no one is perfect. This kind of humility is not only disarming, but also deeply respected. When others see that you can accept responsibility, they're more likely to respect you for it. And often, they're more forgiving, recognizing that it takes courage to acknowledge a mistake openly. In professional settings, this principle can create a culture of accountability. Leaders who admit their own mistakes set an example for the team, showing that mistakes aren't something to be feared, but rather an opportunity for growth. It encourages employees to approach their work with honesty, knowing they won't be punished for mistakes if they take responsibility for them. This culture of accountability and openness can enhance productivity, morale, and teamwork. Ultimately, Carnegie's advice to admit it quickly and emphatically is about honesty and respect. It's a way of saying, I value our relationship enough to put my pride aside and acknowledge when I've made a mistake. By doing so, we're not just resolving conflicts, we're building trust, strengthening bonds, and fostering an environment of openness and integrity. In a world where many people are afraid to admit their faults, following this principle is a powerful way to stand out. It shows a level of self-awareness and maturity that others are likely to admire. The next time you find yourself in the wrong, try practicing this approach. You may be surprised at the positive impact it has, not only on resolving the immediate issue, but on deepening the respect and trust in your relationships. Starting an interaction with friendliness can set the tone for the entire conversation. When we open with kindness, we signal that we're approachable, understanding, and open to finding common ground. Dale Carnegie believed that no matter the situation, whether it's negotiating, resolving a conflict, or simply connecting with someone, a friendly approach opens doors that a stern or combative tone would only keep closed. This principle is rooted in the idea that people are naturally more receptive to others who treat them warmly. Think about how much easier it is to talk to someone who greets you with a smile and an open attitude versus someone who comes off cold or guarded. That initial friendliness breaks down barriers, and even if there are tough topics to discuss, it creates an atmosphere of cooperation rather than confrontation. Carnegie shares a story about a businessman who had to meet with a customer known for being difficult and quick to anger. Instead of approaching the meeting defensively, the businessman walked in with a warm smile, complimented the customer's office, and expressed genuine pleasure at meeting them. This simple, friendly start set the tone, and the customer, rather than reacting defensively, softened. The meeting went smoothly, and they were able to address the issues at hand without tension or animosity. That friendly beginning diffused what could have been a confrontational encounter. Starting in a friendly way isn't just about creating a good impression, it's a strategic approach that can lead to better outcomes. When we approach others with warmth, they're more likely to respond positively. They're less guarded, more open to listening, and, as a result, more willing to collaborate. This is especially helpful in situations where you need something from the other person, whether it's their approval, agreement, or simply their cooperation. One practical way to begin in a friendly way is by acknowledging the other person's position or concerns. If you're entering a discussion where there's potential for disagreement, opening with understanding can set a constructive tone. For instance, if you're negotiating a contract and you know the other party has concerns about costs, you might start by saying, "I understand that budget is a priority for you, and I appreciate how carefully you're considering it." This shows respect for their concerns and signals that you're willing to work together to find a solution. In daily interactions, friendliness can be as simple as a warm greeting or a genuine compliment. For example, if you're meeting a new client, take a moment to ask about their day or to comment on something positive you've noticed, like their office or recent work. These small gestures communicate goodwill and create a foundation of rapport, making it easier to build a strong connection as the conversation progresses. This principle is also invaluable in personal relationships. When discussing sensitive topics with family or friends, beginning in a friendly way can soften the ground for honest dialogue. For example, if you need to bring up a disagreement with a friend, starting with something positive, such as, "I really value our friendship and I wanted to talk with you because it means a lot to me," can make them feel valued and less defensive. They're more likely to listen to your perspective and respond with openness. One reason friendliness is so powerful is that it diffuses tension. When someone is expecting confrontation and you instead greet them with warmth, it disarms them. They're likely preparing for a disagreement, but by approaching them kindly, you're sending the message that you're not there to fight. This can completely change the dynamic of the interaction, making it easier to reach an understanding without hostility. Carnegie believed that friendliness could be especially effective in difficult situations. He shares an example of a man who was dealing with an angry customer. The man could have responded defensively, but instead he began with a calm, friendly tone, expressing understanding and a willingness to help. This friendly approach made the customer feel heard, and as a result, they became more reasonable and open to resolving the issue. The interaction went from potentially hostile to constructive, all because of a simple choice to begin in a friendly way. This principle extends beyond words to our body language and tone. A friendly demeanor is often expressed through small yet significant gestures, a warm smile, an inviting posture, and a gentle tone of voice. These subtle cues communicate openness and respect, reinforcing the message that you're there to connect, not to confront. Consider a scenario where you need to give critical feedback to a colleague. If you start with a friendly greeting and acknowledge their efforts, it's more likely they'll be receptive to your feedback. Opening the conversation with, "I really appreciate the hard work you've put into this project, and I'd love to discuss a few ways we can make it even better," sets a positive tone. They're more likely to listen to your suggestions because you've shown that you respect their efforts and aren't there to criticize harshly. Friendliness also helps build trust, which is essential in any meaningful relationship. People are naturally drawn to those who make them feel comfortable and respected. By consistently starting conversations in a friendly way, we build a reputation as someone who is approachable and fair-minded. Over time, this reputation strengthens trust, making it easier for people to collaborate and communicate openly with us. Another benefit of starting in a friendly way is that it often brings out the best in others. When we treat people kindly, we encourage them to respond in kind. This creates a positive cycle where each friendly interaction reinforces goodwill, making future interactions smoother and more pleasant. It's a simple approach that can have a profound impact on the quality of our relationships, both personal and professional. If you're not naturally inclined toward friendliness, this principle can still be cultivated. Practice approaching each interaction with a mindset of goodwill, looking for ways to show warmth and understanding. Over time, it becomes easier and more natural, transforming the way others respond to you. Carnegie's advice to begin in a friendly way isn't just about making others feel good, it's a practical strategy for success. It's a way to make conversations productive, to resolve conflicts smoothly, and to build connections based on mutual respect. By choosing friendliness over defensiveness, we open ourselves to more positive interactions and outcomes. So, whether you're meeting someone new, discussing a disagreement, or simply checking in with a friend, start in a friendly way. Let your warmth set the tone and watch how it transforms the interaction. The power of friendliness lies in its simplicity and in its ability to make others feel valued and respected from the very start. Starting a conversation on common ground is one of the most effective ways to create rapport and build agreement. When we approach others in a way that encourages them to say yes early and often, we create a flow of positivity and alignment, even when discussing complex or difficult topics. Dale Carnegie recognized the value of this approach, advising that beginning with points of agreement is essential in building mutual understanding. This principle is often called the yes-yes technique, and it's based on the idea that people are naturally more receptive when they're in a positive state of mind. When someone says yes to something, even a small point, they become psychologically more inclined to say yes to subsequent ideas. This technique doesn't aim to manipulate. Rather, it seeks to build a foundation of agreement that can make deeper discussions more productive. For instance, imagine you're negotiating with a client who has specific requirements for a project. Instead of jumping straight to the points where you may differ, start by highlighting areas where you're in agreement. You might say, "We both want this project to succeed and meet your company's needs, right?" And then, "We both understand the importance of meeting the timeline we discussed." By focusing on points you both agree on, you create an atmosphere of cooperation rather than contention. The yes-yes approach is especially helpful when dealing with sensitive subjects. When people feel that there's already some common ground, they're more willing to listen and consider alternative viewpoints. Carnegie shared a story about a salesman who used this technique effectively. Instead of immediately pitching his product, he started by discussing needs he knew his potential customer had. By confirming these needs with the customer, getting them to say yes repeatedly, the salesman created a sense of shared purpose, making it much easier to introduce his product as a solution that would meet those agreed-upon needs. In personal relationships, the yes-yes technique can be just as powerful. Consider a scenario where you're discussing household responsibilities with a partner or roommate. Instead of launching into what you feel isn't working, begin with points you both agree on. "We both want a clean, comfortable home," or "We both know how busy things get during the week." These initial agreements set a collaborative tone, making it easier to discuss any issues that follow without the other person feeling attacked or defensive. This principle also works because it taps into our psychology. When we say yes, our brain releases a small dose of dopamine, creating a positive association with the conversation. By encouraging a series of small yes responses, we help the other person feel more at ease, making them more open to continuing the conversation and finding common ground. A practical way to apply this principle is by asking questions that naturally lead to yes responses, especially at the start of the interaction. For example, if you're pitching a new idea at work, you might start with, "Would you agree that we're always looking for ways to improve our efficiency?" Or, "I think we both want this project to be a success, right?" These types of questions are hard to disagree with and create a positive flow from the outset. In challenging conversations, this technique can also prevent immediate resistance. If you know there's potential for disagreement, begin by asking questions that affirm shared values or goals. For instance, if you're negotiating a budget with a team and anticipate resistance, you might begin with, "We all want this project to be completed on time and on budget, right?" This establishes a baseline of agreement, reminding everyone that despite differing opinions, the ultimate goal is shared. One of the underlying ideas behind this principle is that people are more open to new ideas when they feel aligned with the person presenting them. By starting with a series of agreements, we make it clear that we're not there to oppose or argue, but to work together. This approach often encourages the other person to let down their guard, making it easier to navigate any disagreements that may arise later. Carnegie also pointed out that when people begin with yes, they're more likely to continue agreeing. It's a natural progression. The initial yes responses create a mental pathway that primes them to be receptive, reducing the likelihood of reflexive opposition. By creating a chain of small agreements, you pave the way for larger agreements to follow. Let's apply this concept to a common workplace scenario, a meeting to discuss implementing a new system that some team members may resist. Instead of diving straight into the benefits of the new system, start with agreements that are difficult to dispute. You might say, "We all want a system that makes our work easier, right?" Or, "Wouldn't it be great if we had a way to reduce time spent on repetitive tasks?" By framing the conversation around these shared goals, you're more likely to get buy-in when you introduce the specifics of the new system. In sales, the yes-yes approach is a classic strategy. Skilled salespeople know that if they can get potential customers to agree on small points at the beginning of the conversation, it increases the chance they'll be open to agreeing on larger points, like the decision to purchase. A car salesperson, for instance, might begin by asking questions like, "Are you looking for a car that's reliable?" Or, "Is fuel efficiency important to you?" These questions establish needs and wants that the customer is likely to agree with, paving the way for the salesperson to introduce a car model that meets those criteria. The principle is equally effective in difficult personal conversations. Suppose you're addressing an issue with a close friend. Rather than starting with your concerns, begin by identifying common ground. "I know we both value our friendship and want to keep things positive." This reminder of shared values helps them feel safe, making them more open to addressing any issues with you. The yes-yes principle also teaches us to approach conversations with patience. Building a series of small agreements may take a few extra moments, but it lays a strong foundation for open, productive dialogue. By investing this time up front, we increase the likelihood of a smooth and cooperative interaction, ultimately saving time and avoiding conflict down the road. One of the best ways to practice this principle is to look for areas of agreement in everyday conversations. Whether you're discussing plans with family, collaborating with colleagues, or working with clients, look for ways to start the conversation with positive, affirming questions. Notice how this approach changes the dynamic, creating a more collaborative and receptive atmosphere. Carnegie's yes-yes technique isn't just about persuasion. It's about showing that you're on the same side as the other person. When we establish common ground early on, we show that we're not there to challenge or compete, but to work together. This simple technique can transform conversations, making it easier to navigate disagreements, build rapport, and achieve shared goals. So, as you move into your next interaction, start by finding areas of agreement. Ask questions that invite a yes, and watch how the atmosphere shifts. By beginning with alignment, you set the stage for positive, constructive communication, one yes at a time. It's often said that in any good conversation, the best talkers are the best listeners. When we let others do most of the talking, we create space for them to share openly, feel valued, and ultimately become more receptive to us. Dale Carnegie understood this dynamic well, emphasizing that people are more likely to trust and connect with someone who allows them to express themselves fully. By letting the other person do a great deal of the talking, we shift from focusing on what we want to say to genuinely listening to what they have to share. When we listen more than we speak, we show respect for the other person's opinions, experiences, and insights. This act of listening builds rapport and often leads the other person to open up more freely, sharing details they may not have otherwise mentioned. This can be incredibly valuable, especially in situations where understanding their perspective is essential to finding a solution, gaining trust, or reaching a mutual agreement. This principle can be particularly effective in resolving conflicts or misunderstandings. When someone is upset, their natural inclination is to feel heard and validated. Rather than interrupting or countering their points, allowing them to express themselves fully can have a calming effect. It shows that you're not just hearing them, but truly listening. Often, by the time they've finished talking, their anger has diminished, and they're more open to a constructive discussion. This approach can help turn what might have been a tense conversation into a productive one. Carnegie shares the story of a man who was dealing with a difficult customer. Instead of defending his company's position or explaining away the issue, he simply allowed the customer to talk about their frustrations. By letting the customer express everything on their mind without interruption, he diffused the situation. The customer felt validated, and the conversation naturally shifted to how they could resolve the problem together. This principle doesn't mean passively agreeing, but actively creating a space where the other person feels comfortable sharing. Another benefit of this approach is that it provides valuable insight. When we let others do most of the talking, we often learn things that we might have missed had we been focused on our own responses. Whether it's understanding their motivations, uncovering their concerns, or learning about their goals, letting someone else lead the conversation allows us to gather important information that can inform our responses and actions. In professional settings, this principle can strengthen relationships with clients, colleagues, and partners. When meeting with a client, for example, allow them to speak about their needs and concerns before offering solutions. By understanding their perspective fully, you're better equipped to offer tailored advice that resonates with them. This approach not only builds trust, but also demonstrates that you're focused on serving their needs, not just advancing your own agenda. The same principle applies to leadership. Great leaders are often those who spend more time listening than directing. When team members feel heard, they're more likely to be engaged, motivated, and loyal. By allowing employees to share their ideas, concerns, and feedback, leaders create a culture of openness and respect, leading to a stronger, more productive team. Listening isn't just a courtesy, it's a powerful tool for building trust and empowering others. In social situations, letting others do most of the talking can make you more approachable and likable. People are naturally drawn to those who show genuine interest in them. When you listen more than you speak, you give others the opportunity to share their stories, which makes them feel valued. Over time, this approach helps to cultivate deeper connections, as people feel safe and comfortable opening up around you. This principle is particularly useful in difficult conversations or negotiations. When we allow the other party to talk, we're giving them a chance to voice their concerns, objections, and goals. This can reveal valuable information that might help in finding a solution or reaching a compromise. Additionally, when people feel that they've been fully heard, they're often more willing to listen in return, creating a balanced and respectful dialogue. Carnegie also emphasizes that letting others do most of the talking is a skill that requires patience. Many people feel the urge to jump in, offer solutions, or share their own experiences. But holding back and allowing the other person to express themselves fully shows discipline and respect. It's about prioritizing their need to be heard over our desire to respond. This simple act can transform interactions, making them more collaborative and less confrontational. In practice, this principle can be applied by asking open-ended questions that encourage the other person to elaborate. Instead of questions that can be answered with a simple yes or no, opt for questions like, "Can you tell me more about that?" or "How did that experience shape your perspective?" These types of questions invite the other person to share more deeply, and they signal that you're genuinely interested in what they have to say. Another way to let others do most of the talking is to use active listening techniques. This means focusing entirely on the speaker without planning your next response. It involves nodding, making eye contact, and providing small verbal cues like "I see" or "That makes sense." These small actions show that you're fully engaged, encouraging the other person to continue sharing. When they finish, try summarizing what they've said to ensure you understand them fully. This not only shows that you're listening, but also helps clarify any misunderstandings. In personal relationships, this principle can be incredibly helpful. Sometimes loved ones don't need advice or solutions. They simply need someone to listen. By allowing them to talk without interruption, we create a safe space for them to express themselves, which can strengthen the bond and deepen mutual trust. For instance, if a friend is going through a tough time, rather than offering immediate advice, simply listen. Let them share their feelings and thoughts freely, without feeling the need to fix anything. Often, just being heard is enough to help them feel supported. Carnegie's advice to let the other person do a great deal of the talking isn't about passive listening. It's about active engagement. It's a conscious decision to make others feel valued and understood. By setting aside our own need to speak, we create an environment where they feel safe to share openly. This approach fosters goodwill, trust, and respect, making future interactions smoother and more collaborative. In the end, letting others do most of the talking is a sign of humility and respect. It shows that we're willing to set aside our own perspectives to fully understand theirs. This principle can transform not only our relationships, but also the way people view and respond to us. By allowing others to share freely, we build connections that are based on understanding, empathy, and trust. So, in your next conversation, remember to hold back and let the other person talk. Listen not only to their words, but to the emotions and values behind them. You'll likely find that this simple act of listening creates a foundation of respect, opening the door to more meaningful and productive interactions. One of the most effective ways to gain cooperation and inspire action is to allow others to feel that they came up with the idea themselves. People are far more invested in ideas they believe are their own. When we present solutions in a way that makes the other person feel like it was their idea, we encourage a sense of ownership, pride, and motivation to follow through. Dale Carnegie emphasized that letting others feel ownership of an idea isn't manipulation. It's a way of empowering people to take initiative and be genuinely committed to a shared goal. This principle taps into a basic human tendency. We all want to feel capable, competent, and respected. When we feel that an idea is ours, we're much more likely to pursue it with enthusiasm and diligence. On the other hand, if we feel that an idea has been imposed on us, we're often more resistant, even if it's something we might otherwise agree with. By encouraging others to come to conclusions on their own, we help foster a sense of partnership and avoid potential conflict. Carnegie tells a story about a manager who used this principle skillfully. Faced with a team member resistant to changing a particular workflow, the manager asked questions that gently guided the employee to see the benefits of the change. Instead of insisting on his way, he said, "How do you think we might make this process more efficient?" The employee considered the question and over time came up with ideas that aligned with the manager's original vision. The employee felt a sense of ownership over the improvement, making him much more committed to implementing the change. One practical way to apply this principle is by asking open-ended questions that encourage others to think through solutions. Rather than presenting a fully formed plan, start by describing the challenge and asking for their thoughts. For example, if you're managing a project that's falling behind schedule, you could say, "I've noticed we're running a bit behind. What ideas do you have to help us catch up?" By inviting their input, you're giving them a chance to be part of the solution, which often leads to a stronger sense of responsibility and engagement. In professional settings, this approach can be particularly effective in team meetings or brainstorming sessions. When people feel that their ideas are genuinely valued, they're more willing to contribute and take ownership of the project's success. Instead of dominating the conversation or dictating decisions, ask guiding questions that help the team explore options and come to conclusions together. Not only does this create a collaborative environment, but it also strengthens the team's commitment to the project. This principle is also invaluable in personal relationships. For instance, let's say you and your partner are discussing where to go on vacation. You might have a preference in mind, but rather than proposing it directly, you could say, "I know we both want somewhere relaxing with a lot to explore. What ideas do you have?" By involving them in the decision-making process, you allow them to feel that they're shaping the experience, making it more likely that you'll both enjoy the outcome together. Carnegie's advice to let others feel that the idea is theirs is based on respect and humility. It requires us to set aside our own egos and prioritize collaboration over control. This approach is not about manipulation. It's about creating an atmosphere where others feel empowered and motivated to contribute. By doing so, we not only make them feel valued, but also increase the likelihood that they'll take responsibility for their contributions. Another benefit of this approach is that it often leads to better outcomes. When we encourage others to think for themselves, they bring unique perspectives and ideas that we might not have considered. Even if we have a clear solution in mind, giving others the chance to explore the problem can lead to improvements and insights that strengthen the final outcome. This collaborative spirit often results in solutions that are more creative, effective, and well-rounded. In situations where you need to provide guidance or suggestions, try framing your ideas as possibilities rather than directives. Instead of saying, "Here's what we should do," try, "One possible approach could be, what do you think?" This small shift in language opens the door for the other person to engage, consider your suggestion, and even build on it, making it feel like a shared idea rather than a dictated one. Another technique Carnegie suggests is to start by acknowledging the other person's experience and knowledge. If you're working with someone who has expertise in a particular area, express your respect for their insight. You might say, "You know this field better than I do. How would you approach this situation?" This statement not only empowers them to share their ideas, but also shows that you value their contributions and trust their expertise. In difficult conversations, allowing the other person to feel that the idea is theirs can also help prevent defensiveness. If you need to address a sensitive issue, frame the discussion around shared goals and invite them to contribute to the solution. For example, if you're working through a disagreement with a friend, you might say, "I think we both want to move past this and get back to enjoying our friendship. What are your thoughts on how we can do that?" This approach shifts the focus from the problem to finding a mutually beneficial solution, creating a pathway for resolution without confrontation. This principle can be especially effective with children too. Rather than telling them what to do, involve them in decision-making processes in a way that lets them feel they're part of the solution. For example, if you want them to help keep their room tidy, ask, "What do you think would make it easier to keep your room organized?" They're more likely to follow through on an idea they helped create than a directive given without their input. Carnegie's approach to letting the other person feel that the idea is theirs encourages us to think about our interactions as partnerships rather than one-sided exchanges. By focusing on mutual respect and collaboration, we empower others to take initiative, feel valued, and contribute in meaningful ways. Over time, this approach builds stronger, more resilient relationships as people feel appreciated and engaged rather than controlled. In practice, allowing others to feel that an idea is theirs takes a mindset shift. It requires patience, open-mindedness, and a willingness to set aside our own egos. But the benefits are clear. By creating space for others to lead, we foster a collaborative environment where people are more likely to take ownership, feel responsible, and follow through with commitment. So the next time you're working toward a decision or solution, remember to ask questions, invite input, and frame ideas in a way that encourages shared ownership. By letting others feel that the idea is theirs, you're not just achieving your goals, you're building a foundation of respect, cooperation, and trust that will enhance every interaction. Understanding another person's perspective can be one of the most powerful ways to bridge gaps, resolve conflicts, and foster genuine connection. Dale Carnegie emphasized that if we want to build rapport and create goodwill, we must make an effort to see situations through the eyes of others. This principle goes beyond simply listening. It involves stepping into the other person's shoes and acknowledging the emotions, motivations, and concerns that shape their viewpoint. When we take the time to truly understand where someone else is coming from, it often changes the way we respond. Instead of reacting defensively or pushing back, we're able to approach the conversation with empathy and respect. This small shift in perspective can prevent misunderstandings, diffuse tension, and create a sense of partnership, even in challenging situations. Consider a scenario in which you're collaborating on a project and there's disagreement about the direction to take. If you immediately argue for your position without considering the other person's view, you're likely to encounter resistance. But if you pause, ask questions, and genuinely try to understand why they hold their perspective, you might uncover valuable insights that can lead to a compromise or even a better solution than you originally envisioned. By validating their viewpoint, you show respect, which naturally invites a more open and productive dialogue. Carnegie tells a story of a businessman who practiced this principle when dealing with a difficult client. Instead of defending his company's position, he asked the client to explain their concerns in detail. The businessman listened carefully, acknowledging the client's frustrations, and was able to respond in a way that addressed the root of the issue. By seeing things from the client's perspective, he was able to offer solutions that not only met the client's needs, but also strengthened their relationship. When we approach conversations with a genuine desire to understand, we often find that the other person becomes more open to seeing our side as well. This mutual respect creates a foundation of trust and allows both parties to work toward a solution collaboratively. People feel valued and heard when their perspective is respected, which makes them more willing to listen in return. In practice, this principle involves more than just listening to words. It means actively seeking to understand the emotions and motivations driving those words. For example, if a friend is upset about something you said, it can be easy to respond defensively. But instead of focusing on your intent, try focusing on how they felt. You might say, "I can see this really upset you. Can you help me understand what bothered you most?" This approach not only validates their feelings, but also opens the door for honest communication. This principle is particularly valuable in leadership, Effective leaders understand that each team member has unique experiences, challenges, and motivations. By taking the time to see things from their team's perspective, leaders can address concerns, inspire loyalty, and create an environment where everyone feels respected. For instance, if an employee seems disengaged, rather than assuming they're unmotivated, a good leader would ask questions to understand what might be causing the disconnect. Perhaps they're feeling overwhelmed, or maybe they're unsure about their role. By trying to see the situation from their perspective, the leader is better equipped to offer support that addresses the real issue. One way to apply this principle is by asking open-ended questions that encourage others to share their thoughts and feelings. Instead of assuming you know why they feel a certain way, ask them to explain. For example, "What's your perspective on this?" Or, "Can you help me understand where you're coming from?" These questions not only show respect for their viewpoint, but also provide valuable insights that can help you find common ground. Carnegie's advice to try honestly to see things from the other person's point of view also helps us develop empathy. Empathy is not about agreeing with someone, but about understanding their experience. When we empathize, we acknowledge that their feelings are valid, even if we might see the situation differently. This acknowledgement often reduces defensiveness, creating an environment where both parties can work together constructively. This principle can also be transformative in personal relationships. Imagine you're discussing an issue with a family member and you find yourselves on opposite sides. Rather than trying to convince them that you're right, take a moment to consider how the situation looks from their perspective. Ask yourself what concerns, experiences, or values might be shaping their stance. By empathizing with their point of view, you're more likely to find a compromise that respects both of your perspectives. When emotions are high, it can be challenging to step outside our own viewpoint, but practicing empathy helps us build resilience and patience. Instead of feeling the need to defend our position immediately, we learn to pause, listen, and reflect. This habit not only improves our communication skills, but also strengthens our relationships, as others come to see us as understanding and fair-minded. This principle also reminds us to approach disagreements with humility. We may believe strongly in our viewpoint, but others likely feel the same about theirs. By respecting their perspective, we acknowledge that we don't have a monopoly on truth or insight. This openness invites others to engage with us in a spirit of cooperation rather than competition. In conflict resolution, seeing things from the other person's perspective can be a game changer. When people feel that their perspective is understood and respected, they're more likely to let down their guard, making it easier to resolve the issue. In a negotiation, for instance, acknowledging the other party's concerns without necessarily agreeing with them can create a collaborative atmosphere that leads to a win-win outcome. Practicing this principle takes patience and a willingness to set aside our own assumptions. It requires us to be open-minded and to approach conversations with curiosity rather than judgment. But the results are worth the effort. By seeing the world through others' eyes, we deepen our connections, broaden our understanding, and become better equipped to navigate complex situations. So, in your next interaction, remember to pause and ask yourself, how does this look from their perspective? Approach the conversation with curiosity and a willingness to understand. You'll find that this small shift in mindset opens the door to more meaningful connections, smoother resolutions, and lasting mutual respect. Everyone wants to feel understood and appreciated. When we show genuine sympathy for another person's ideas and desires, we're offering them something deeply valuable: validation. Dale Carnegie emphasized that demonstrating sympathy doesn't mean agreeing with everything someone says. Rather, it's about acknowledging and respecting their feelings, desires, and motivations. This simple act can dissolve resistance, foster goodwill, and create an atmosphere of mutual respect. This principle taps into a fundamental human need, the need for recognition. When we show sympathy for someone else's ideas or desires, we communicate that their thoughts and emotions are valid, even if we don't fully agree. It's an act of empathy that bridges gaps and builds rapport. For example, if a coworker is frustrated by a recent change in company policy, showing sympathy might mean saying, "I can understand how that change feels challenging." You're not necessarily agreeing, but you're acknowledging their experience, which can help them feel supported and less resistant. Carnegie tells the story of a supervisor who had to implement a new, unpopular rule among employees. Rather than simply enforcing it, he took the time to acknowledge the inconvenience it might cause. He said, "I know this new rule feels like a hassle, and I appreciate the adjustment it requires from all of you." This sympathetic approach didn't eliminate the rule, but it made employees feel heard and respected, easing their acceptance of the change. By validating their concerns, the supervisor built goodwill and reduced resistance. Sympathy is also a powerful tool in negotiations. When we show that we understand the other party's goals and challenges, they're more likely to trust us and consider our perspective. For instance, if you're negotiating a deadline extension with a client, acknowledging their desire for timely results, "I know how important it is for you to meet your project goals on time," demonstrates that you respect their priorities. This simple acknowledgement often makes people more receptive, opening the door for a constructive conversation rather than a rigid standoff. In personal relationships, sympathy can create emotional closeness. When a friend shares a struggle or disappointment, responding with sympathy, "I'm really sorry you're going through this," can have a comforting effect. It shows that you're there for them, not to solve their problems or offer advice, but simply to share in their experience. This kind of support fosters trust, making it easier for them to confide in you in the future. Carnegie believed that sympathy is essential in any relationship where influence is involved. When others feel that their ideas and desires are understood, they're more willing to listen to your suggestions and work collaboratively. This principle is about creating a positive emotional environment where people feel valued and respected, making them more open to compromise and cooperation. In the workplace, showing sympathy for others' ideas and desires can improve team dynamics. Imagine you're leading a team and one member has a different approach to solving a problem. Instead of dismissing their idea, showing sympathy might mean saying, "I can see how this approach could work well in certain situations." This acknowledgement doesn't require you to implement their idea, but it shows that you respect their input. By valuing their perspective, you create an environment where everyone feels safe to share ideas, which ultimately leads to more innovative and well-rounded solutions. This principle can also help in dealing with difficult conversations. Suppose you're discussing a recurring issue with a family member or partner. Instead of diving straight into solutions, start by acknowledging their perspective. You might say, "I understand why you feel this way, and I see how it's important to you." This simple act of sympathy often softens their stance, making it easier to address the issue constructively. When people feel that their views and feelings are respected, they're more willing to listen and engage in a meaningful dialogue. Another benefit of showing sympathy is that it creates a sense of solidarity. When someone feels that you get them, they're more likely to trust you and seek your input. This sense of solidarity can make a significant difference in building long-term relationships, as people feel safer opening up and sharing their true thoughts and concerns. To practice this principle, try focusing on the other person's emotions and desires in each conversation. Instead of jumping to your own perspective, pause to acknowledge theirs. You could say, "I see why you feel strongly about this," or "I can imagine how important this is to you." These small statements of empathy can make a big difference in how the other person feels and how they respond to you. Carnegie also emphasizes the importance of honesty when showing sympathy. People can tell when empathy is forced or insincere. When you genuinely care about understanding their experience, it shines through, making them feel valued. Even if you don't fully agree with their view, showing a genuine interest in their perspective can help create a more open, trusting relationship. Sympathy also reminds us to focus on solutions rather than problems. When someone expresses frustration or disappointment, showing sympathy helps shift the focus from the issue to finding common ground. For example, if a colleague is struggling with their workload, acknowledging their experience, "That sounds overwhelming," creates a foundation for exploring solutions together. They feel validated, which makes them more receptive to suggestions for improving the situation. This principle also encourages us to let go of our own egos. It can be tempting to focus on why our own ideas and desires are important, but practicing sympathy means putting the other person's experience at the center. This approach fosters humility and reminds us that every perspective has value, even if it doesn't align with ours. In moments of disagreement, sympathy can be transformative. Instead of seeing the other person as an opponent, we start to see them as someone with valid concerns and desires. This shift in mindset turns confrontation into collaboration, making it easier to work through disagreements in a constructive way. By showing sympathy, we break down barriers, inviting others to engage with us openly and honestly. In daily interactions, look for opportunities to express genuine sympathy for others' ideas and desires. When someone shares a challenge, acknowledge their feelings before offering advice or solutions. This small act can make them feel respected, fostering a stronger connection and building mutual trust. Carnegie's advice to be sympathetic with the other person's ideas and desires is a reminder that relationships thrive on empathy and understanding. So, the next time you're in a conversation, remember to put yourself in the other person's shoes. Acknowledge their ideas, validate their feelings, and show that you respect their experience. By practicing sympathy, you'll create an environment where both parties feel valued, leading to stronger connections and more meaningful exchanges. When trying to influence others or gain their cooperation, one of the most powerful approaches is to appeal to their higher principles, their sense of integrity, fairness, or kindness. Dale Carnegie believed that when we appeal to these nobler motives, we inspire people to act in ways that align with their better selves. This principle doesn't mean ignoring practical concerns, but it's about recognizing that people often want to see themselves as principled, fair, and honorable. By appealing to these aspects, we make it easier for them to make positive choices. Most people have a desire to do good, to be fair, and to uphold certain values. When we appeal to these inner motivations, we remind them of the standards they set for themselves. This doesn't just change behavior, it fosters a sense of pride and fulfillment in living up to those values. For example, if a coworker is reluctant to collaborate rather than pressuring them, you might say, "I know how dedicated you are to making this project successful, and your input would really make a difference." By framing the request in a way that aligns with their values, you're encouraging them to act in a way that feels true to their own sense of integrity. Carnegie tells a story of a grocery store owner who had trouble with customers paying on time. Instead of hounding them for payments, he sent a letter appealing to their sense of honor and responsibility, expressing confidence that they would want to settle their accounts promptly. The response was overwhelmingly positive. Customers, moved by the owner's trust in their decency, responded by paying their outstanding balances. Rather than feeling pressured, they felt respected and valued. This approach works because it recognizes people's desire to be seen as good and honorable. When we appeal to nobler motives, we're not manipulating, we're tapping into values that people already hold. It's about encouraging them to make decisions that align with how they want to be perceived by themselves and others. In a professional setting, this principle can be especially useful in leadership. When addressing challenges, great leaders often appeal to their team's sense of purpose and pride. Instead of saying, "We need to hit this target because it's required," they might say, "I know we all want to be known as a team that goes above and beyond. Let's show everyone what we're capable of." By framing the objective in a way that aligns with the team's higher aspirations, the leader fosters a sense of ownership and motivation that goes beyond mere obligation. Appealing to nobler motives is also effective in personal relationships. For example, suppose you're working with a partner or spouse on a financial goal, such as saving for a trip or a home. Instead of focusing on the practical aspects alone, you might appeal to a shared value, saying, "I know we both want to create the best future for our family." This shifts the focus from a transactional goal to a meaningful shared purpose, strengthening the bond and making the goal feel more significant. One key to effectively appealing to nobler motives is sincerity. Carnegie emphasizes that this principle only works when we genuinely believe in the other person's better nature. If our appeal seems insincere or self-serving, it can have the opposite effect, causing people to feel manipulated. But when we approach others with a genuine belief in their integrity and values, our sincerity resonates, inspiring them to respond positively. Another way to apply this principle is by highlighting the benefits of acting according to one's values. If a colleague is struggling to meet a deadline, instead of focusing solely on the urgency, you might appeal to their pride in their work. You could say, "Your attention to detail really shows in everything you do. I think this project would benefit from that same level of quality." This isn't just about getting the job done. It's about reminding them of the pride they take in their work, motivating them to give their best effort. In negotiations, appealing to nobler motives can lead to win-win outcomes. Instead of focusing solely on financial or contractual terms, emphasizing shared values can foster goodwill and cooperation. For example, if you're negotiating a business partnership, appealing to both parties' commitment to excellence or ethical standards can help create a foundation of trust. By focusing on values, you make it easier to find solutions that honor both parties' principles. This principle is also valuable when navigating conflicts or disagreements. In situations where tensions run high, reminding others of shared values can help de-escalate emotions. Suppose you're working through a disagreement with a friend. Instead of insisting on your point of view, you might say, "I know we both care about maintaining a strong friendship, and I think we can find a way forward that respects both of our perspectives." This approach shifts the focus from who's right or wrong to the higher goal of preserving the relationship. In personal development, appealing to nobler motives also helps reinforce our own behavior. When we frame our goals around values like kindness, generosity, or self-improvement, we're more likely to follow through. For instance, if you're working on becoming a better listener, rather than simply seeing it as a skill to develop, you could view it as a way to show respect and empathy toward others. This higher purpose gives the goal greater meaning, making it easier to stay committed. Another benefit of this principle is that it fosters mutual respect. When we appeal to the better nature of others, we show that we believe in their integrity and values. This belief often inspires people to rise to the occasion, wanting to meet the standards we've set for them. It's a powerful way to build respect and create lasting connections, as people appreciate being seen in a positive light. To practice this principle, begin by identifying the values that might resonate with the other person. Consider what matters to them, whether it's integrity, fairness, family, or excellence, and frame your appeal around those values. Approach the conversation with genuine respect and belief in their higher motives. For example, if you're working with a teammate on a challenging project, you might say, "I know you're someone who really cares about delivering great work, and I think together we can make this project a success." This appeal is simple, yet it reinforces their sense of pride and responsibility, encouraging them to engage fully. Carnegie's advice to appeal to nobler motives isn't about flattery or manipulation. It's about seeing the best in people and encouraging them to act accordingly. It reminds us that people are often driven by higher ideals and values, and when we tap into these, we create an environment where everyone feels respected and motivated to give their best. So the next time you're seeking cooperation, remember to appeal to the other person's nobler motives. Recognize the values they hold dear and speak to those values sincerely. By doing so, you'll inspire not only action, but also a sense of purpose, creating a positive impact that goes beyond the immediate goal. When it comes to persuasion and influence, presenting information alone often isn't enough to capture attention or inspire action. Dale Carnegie emphasized the importance of dramatizing ideas to make them memorable, impactful, and engaging. By adding a touch of drama, we transform abstract ideas into something tangible and vivid, helping others connect emotionally with our message. It's a principle that goes beyond simply stating facts. It's about presenting those facts in a way that brings them to life. Dramatizing an idea doesn't mean exaggerating or being overly theatrical. Rather, it's about finding creative ways to illustrate a point so that it resonates with the other person. Think about a time you heard a story or saw a demonstration that left a strong impression. Often, it's the vividness of the presentation, the choice of words, visuals, or examples that makes the idea stick. Carnegie understood that people are more likely to remember and be moved by ideas presented with creativity and flair. For example, if you're pitching a new product, rather than listing its features, consider showing how it solves a problem in real time. Imagine you're selling a waterproof phone case. Instead of merely describing its features, you could dramatically dip the phone into a container of water, demonstrating its effectiveness. This simple act makes the benefits of the product immediately clear and memorable, turning an abstract promise into a concrete experience. Carnegie shares a story about a sales manager who wanted to illustrate the cost of accidents on the job. Instead of giving a speech or presenting statistics, he filled the conference room with the actual equipment damaged in recent accidents. The visual impact of seeing the damaged equipment up close brought home the cost and seriousness of safety more effectively than any lecture or report could have. This approach engaged the senses, creating an emotional connection to the issue at hand and inspiring employees to be more safety conscious. In professional settings, dramatizing ideas can be a powerful way to capture your audience's attention. During a presentation, using visuals, anecdotes, or demonstrations makes it easier for people to grasp and remember your points. Suppose you're presenting a budget that shows a decrease in resources for certain projects. Rather than simply explaining it, you might use visual aids like charts or infographics that vividly depict the impact of these changes. By making the information visually engaging, you ensure that your audience understands the message clearly and remembers it. This principle is also highly effective in personal interactions. If you're discussing finances with a partner, instead of talking abstractly about saving more, try illustrating the impact of regular savings on your future. Show how small contributions over time could grow, using a chart or calculator to demonstrate the potential results. This visual representation can help both of you feel more motivated and aligned in working toward your financial goals. One of the benefits of dramatizing ideas is that it appeals to emotions as well as logic. People are more likely to act on an idea when they feel an emotional connection to it. When we dramatize an idea, we're tapping into this emotional component, making the concept more relatable and inspiring. A charity fundraiser, for example, might use photos, videos, or personal stories to highlight the impact of donations. By presenting the cause in a way that resonates emotionally, they make it more compelling, encouraging people to support it. In team settings, dramatizing ideas can also help reinforce key messages and inspire action. Imagine you're trying to boost team productivity by encouraging punctuality in meetings. Instead of simply stating the goal, you might start a meeting 5 minutes late and then show a chart depicting the cumulative hours lost each month due to delayed starts. This dramatization emphasizes the impact of punctuality in a way that's likely to make a lasting impression, motivating the team to start meetings on time. Dramatization can also be useful in customer service. When explaining a product's value rather than listing features, consider using a relatable scenario or a short story about how the product has helped someone. For instance, a travel agent promoting a vacation package could tell a story of a family who visited the destination and had a memorable experience, painting a picture of what the client could expect. This storytelling approach makes the product feel more accessible and personal. Carnegie's advice to dramatize ideas reminds us that people respond to things they can visualize, hear, and feel. A concept can be technically sound, but if it doesn't resonate emotionally, it may fall flat. By adding color, excitement, or tangible examples, we make our ideas not only understandable, but also compelling. We create an experience, not just an explanation, making it far more likely that our message will stick. In negotiations, dramatizing ideas can be particularly effective. If you're proposing a new policy or change, using relatable examples or scenarios can help illustrate its benefits. For example, if you're advocating for remote work options, you could present a hypothetical day in the life of an employee who has more flexibility, showing how their productivity and work-life balance improve. This visualization helps the other party see the policy's benefits beyond the abstract concept. In situations where people are resistant to change, dramatizing an idea can make it easier for them to understand the benefits. Suppose you're a manager introducing a new software tool to streamline workflows. Rather than just listing its features, you could demonstrate how much time it saves by comparing it side by side with the current process. By highlighting the contrast in a visual, memorable way, you're more likely to gain buy-in and excitement from the team. To effectively dramatize your ideas, look for opportunities to make abstract concepts concrete. Think about ways to illustrate your points with visuals, stories, or demonstrations that engage multiple senses. Consider how you can add emotion or context to the information, making it relatable and meaningful for your audience. It's also important to balance drama with relevance. While a bit of flair can be effective, the dramatization should always serve the purpose of clarifying and enhancing your idea, not distracting from it. Choose methods that fit the context and your audience and avoid overdoing it. The goal is to create a memorable impact, not a spectacle. Carnegie's principle of dramatizing ideas is a reminder that presenting information is an art as well as a science. By engaging people's senses and emotions, we make our ideas come to life, creating a lasting impression that motivates them to act. Whether we're sharing a business proposal, discussing personal goals, or advocating for a cause, a touch of drama can be the difference between being heard and being remembered. So the next time you need to convey an idea, think creatively. Look for ways to add visual, emotional, or sensory elements that make your point clear and compelling. By dramatizing your ideas, you're not only making your message more memorable, you're bringing it to life. One of the most powerful ways to motivate people is to present them with a challenge. Dale Carnegie recognized that deep down, most people love a good challenge. It awakens a sense of purpose, excitement, and determination. When we're presented with a meaningful challenge, it inspires us to push our limits, tap into our potential, and achieve something significant. By throwing down a challenge, you're inviting others to rise to the occasion, to prove to themselves and others that they're capable of more. This principle is especially effective because it speaks to a basic human need, the desire to excel. When we're challenged, we're often motivated to go beyond what we thought possible. In contrast, when we're simply asked to perform a task without any sense of challenge, we may approach it with only the effort necessary to complete it. A challenge, however, can bring out the best in people, encouraging them to tap into their creativity, persistence, and drive. Carnegie shares a story about a factory manager who struggled with low productivity among his workers. Instead of reprimanding them, he wrote the number of units produced by the previous shift on the factory floor. The workers on the next shift saw the number and, feeling challenged, aimed to beat it. They rose to the occasion and increased production. This simple act of throwing down a challenge transformed a routine task into an exciting competition, inspiring the workers to exceed expectations. In a professional setting, throwing down a challenge can be a powerful way to engage teams and foster a culture of achievement. For example, if you're leading a sales team, rather than simply setting a monthly target, frame it as a challenge. Let's see if we can break last month's record by 10%. When presented as a challenge, the goal becomes more than a metric. It becomes a shared mission that everyone is motivated to accomplish together. This principle can also be applied effectively in personal development. Challenging yourself to develop a new skill, achieve a fitness milestone, or improve in a particular area can create a sense of purpose and satisfaction. Suppose you set a challenge to read a certain number of books in a year, or to practice mindfulness every day for a month. The challenge itself acts as a motivator, giving you a clear goal to work toward and a reason to stay committed. In team environments, a well-thrown challenge can foster camaraderie and collaboration. When people feel that they're working together to achieve something difficult, they form a bond that goes beyond individual efforts. For instance, in a company-wide competition to reduce waste or improve efficiency, employees from different departments may collaborate in ways they hadn't before, uniting around a shared challenge. This spirit of teamwork often leads to innovative solutions and stronger relationships across the organization. However, it's important to throw down challenges that are achievable and aligned with people's skills and interests. A challenge should stretch people, but not overwhelm them. If a challenge feels too easy, it won't inspire action. If it feels too difficult, it may lead to discouragement. For example, if you're challenging a team to reduce production time, set a realistic goal that will push them to improve, but is still within reach. This balance creates excitement without causing frustration. In personal relationships, a friendly challenge can also add fun and motivation. For example, if you're trying to eat healthier, challenge a friend or partner to join you. Set a goal, like cooking healthy meals 3 times a week, and make it something you both can work toward together. This type of challenge creates a sense of accountability and shared purpose, making it easier to stay committed. Throwing down a challenge is also an effective way to help others see their potential. When you challenge someone, you're essentially saying, "I believe you can do this." This belief in their abilities can boost their confidence, inspiring them to take on tasks they might otherwise avoid. Carnegie observed that people often rise to the level of our expectations. When we set high, positive expectations, We encourage them to aim higher and achieve more. In situations where motivation is low, a challenge can act as a reset button, shifting the focus from routine tasks to something exciting. Suppose you're working with a team that seems unmotivated. By creating a challenge, such as improving customer satisfaction scores or achieving a stretch goal in productivity, you're adding a new layer of interest and meaning to their work. This can rekindle motivation, turning routine tasks into a shared mission that everyone is eager to pursue. Another way to apply this principle is by recognizing and celebrating achievements when the challenge is met. When people successfully rise to a challenge, acknowledging their effort and success reinforces their motivation and encourages them to take on new challenges in the future. For instance, if a team meets an ambitious project deadline, celebrate it by sharing the impact of their hard work and recognizing individual contributions. This recognition doesn't just reward the effort, it reinforces the belief that they're capable of tackling future challenges. Carnegie's advice to throw down a challenge is about inspiring people to realize their potential. It's about creating a spark that ignites ambition, motivating people to go beyond what they thought possible. When you throw down a challenge, you're inviting others to join you on a journey of growth, achievement, and self-discovery. You're not just setting a task, you're presenting an opportunity for people to push their limits and feel a sense of pride in what they accomplish. To put this principle into practice, look for areas where a challenge could make a difference. Whether it's improving a skill, hitting a new milestone, or collaborating on a project, frame the task in a way that inspires action. Phrase it as a friendly competition, a stretch goal, or a mission that everyone can rally around. By turning routine tasks into meaningful challenges, you'll find that people are more engaged, more creative, and more motivated to give their best effort. Throwing down a challenge also encourages us to embrace challenges ourselves. When we make a habit of challenging others, we naturally start to see the value in challenging ourselves. It reminds us that growth happens at the edge of our comfort zone and that we too are capable of more than we may realize. So, the next time you want to motivate someone, whether it's a colleague, friend, or yourself, consider throwing down a challenge. Make it meaningful, set high expectations, and show genuine belief in their ability to succeed. You'll likely find that this small act of encouragement has a lasting impact, inspiring not only action, but also a renewed sense of purpose, confidence, and accomplishment. One of the most effective ways to approach any conversation, particularly if you need to offer feedback or suggestions, is to start with praise and sincere appreciation. Dale Carnegie recognized that beginning with positive remarks sets a constructive tone and opens the listener to receiving feedback without feeling defensive or criticized. Praise, when genuine, has the power to build rapport, make others feel valued, and pave the way for honest dialogue. This principle goes beyond simple compliments. It's about recognizing and appreciating the unique qualities, efforts, or achievements of the person you're addressing. Starting with praise isn't about flattery or manipulation. It's about showing that you genuinely notice and value the other person's strengths and contributions. People want to feel seen and appreciated for what they bring to the table, and when we acknowledge their efforts, we create a foundation of trust and goodwill. By focusing first on the positive, we make it easier for others to listen to any constructive feedback that follows, as they know their value is recognized. Carnegie shares a story of a plant manager who needed to address a decline in quality with one of his foremen. Rather than immediately pointing out what was wrong, he began by acknowledging the foreman's dedication and the effort he put into the job. He expressed genuine appreciation for the foreman's hard work and the improvements he had previously implemented. Once he had shared this praise, he gently addressed the current issue, framing it as an area where they could work together to maintain the high standards the foreman had already set. This approach made the foreman feel respected and valued, allowing him to accept the feedback openly and with a willingness to improve. Beginning with praise and appreciation is especially effective in leadership. Managers and team leaders who start conversations with sincere compliments tend to create a positive work culture where employees feel valued and motivated. Suppose a manager needs to address a missed deadline. Instead of starting with the missed deadline, they might first acknowledge the employee's usual attention to detail and hard work on past projects. By showing appreciation, the manager acknowledges the employee's strengths, making it easier for the individual to approach the conversation with a mindset of improvement rather than defensiveness. This principle can be applied in personal relationships just as effectively. If you want to discuss an issue with a partner or friend, starting with genuine praise creates an atmosphere of respect and understanding. For instance, if you want to address a recurring habit, you might start by acknowledging the positive qualities they bring to the relationship and express appreciation for the things they do well. This approach reminds them of their strengths, making it easier for them to accept feedback because they feel appreciated and valued. In professional settings, beginning with praise also encourages people to keep doing the things they're already doing well. Positive reinforcement is often more effective than focusing solely on what needs improvement. By highlighting strengths, you reinforce productive behaviors, motivating others to maintain or even exceed their current standards. When an employee or colleague hears that their efforts are noticed and valued, they're more likely to stay engaged and committed. One key to making this principle effective is ensuring that praise is specific and genuine. Vague compliments can feel hollow, but specific praise shows that you've paid attention to their unique contributions. For example, instead of saying, "You did a good job," you might say, "I really appreciate how thoroughly you prepared for that presentation. It was clear you put in a lot of effort, and it made a real impact on the team." This kind of specific praise is not only more meaningful, but it also gives the person a sense of exactly what they're doing well, encouraging them to continue those behaviors. Carnegie's advice to begin with praise and honest appreciation also reminds us to focus on the positives. In any relationship or interaction, it's easy to zero in on areas of improvement, but taking a moment to recognize what's going well can shift the entire tone of the conversation. This positive start can set a collaborative and supportive tone, making it easier to address challenges without creating defensiveness. In difficult conversations, starting with praise can also reduce tension. Suppose you're discussing a recurring issue with a family member. Beginning the conversation by acknowledging something positive, such as their efforts to stay connected or their support in certain areas, can remind them that they are valued and respected. This approach creates a more open environment for addressing sensitive topics, as they feel less attacked and more willing to listen. Another benefit of starting with praise and appreciation is that it creates a sense of momentum. When people feel good about what they're doing, they're often more open to learning and improving. By starting with positives, you help them see their own potential, making it easier for them to accept constructive feedback as an opportunity for growth rather than a criticism of their abilities. This principle also builds trust. When others see that we're capable of recognizing and appreciating their efforts, they're more likely to believe that any feedback we provide comes from a place of respect and genuine concern for their success. Over time, this habit of starting with praise and appreciation strengthens relationships, as people feel that their contributions are valued and their development is supported. To apply this principle effectively, make a habit of looking for strengths and positive qualities in others before giving feedback. Think about what they're doing well and be specific in your praise. Express your appreciation sincerely and make sure it comes across as genuine. When you do offer constructive feedback, frame it as a way to build on the positive qualities you've already acknowledged, rather than as a correction or criticism. For example, if you're working with a colleague on a project and notice areas that could be improved, start by acknowledging their effort or a specific aspect of their work that impressed you. You might say, "I really appreciate the creativity you brought to this project. It's clear you put a lot of thought into it." Then, introduce your suggestion as a way to enhance the project even further. This approach shows that you respect their contributions and are invested in helping them succeed. Carnegie's principle to begin with praise and honest appreciation isn't just about softening criticism. It's about fostering an environment where people feel recognized, respected, and motivated to grow. By focusing first on what others are doing right, we show that we value them as individuals, which makes it easier for them to accept feedback and continue improving. So, next time you need to give feedback or address a challenge, start by recognizing the other person's strengths. Offer specific, genuine praise that shows you see and appreciate their efforts. You'll likely find that this approach not only improves their receptiveness to feedback, but also strengthens your relationship, creating a foundation of trust and mutual respect that encourages growth and collaboration. One of the most sensitive aspects of any conversation, especially when providing feedback, is pointing out mistakes. Dale Carnegie recognized that people often respond defensively to direct criticism, which can lead to resentment or a decrease in motivation. Instead of bluntly pointing out errors, Carnegie suggests an indirect approach, where we draw attention to mistakes subtly, creating an environment where the other person feels encouraged to improve without feeling attacked. Indirect feedback helps preserve the person's dignity and allows them to focus on the solution rather than feeling judged. When people aren't put on the spot, they're more likely to be open to self-correction. This approach is not about avoiding honesty. It's about choosing a respectful and constructive way to communicate that respects the person's feelings and helps them save face. Carnegie shares a story of a manager who wanted his employees to be more accurate in their work without directly scolding them for past mistakes. Instead of singling out individuals or pointing out specific errors, he made a general statement to the team about the importance of accuracy, sharing examples of how small errors could lead to bigger issues. By addressing the issue indirectly, he allowed the employees to reflect on their work and make improvements without feeling criticized. This approach led to a noticeable increase in accuracy, all achieved without a single direct complaint. In professional settings, this principle is particularly effective in maintaining positive morale. Suppose a team member submits a report with a few errors. Instead of saying, "You made several mistakes in this report," you might say, "I noticed a few things in the report that might need a quick look. Could we go over it together to make sure everything's spot on?" This indirect approach conveys the importance of accuracy while also providing support, showing that you're there to help them succeed rather than criticize their efforts. This principle can also work well in personal relationships. If you want to bring up a habit that's causing tension, an indirect approach can prevent the other person from feeling cornered. For example, if a friend has a habit of interrupting, instead of saying, "You keep interrupting me," you could share an observation about the value of listening, saying something like, "I've noticed that conversations flow best when we all take turns." This indirect approach subtly calls attention to the issue without making them feel self-conscious or defensive. One powerful way to give indirect feedback is to share a personal example or story that illustrates the desired behavior. For instance, if you're mentoring someone and want to encourage them to be more detail-oriented, you might share a story from your own experience about a time when focusing on small details made a big difference. This approach allows the other person to reflect on their own behavior without feeling singled out, making it easier for them to embrace the feedback. Carnegie also encourages the use of inclusive language, which creates a sense of partnership rather than blame. Words like we or our help frame feedback as a shared effort. For example, instead of saying, "Your report was incomplete," you might say, "I think our report could benefit from a bit more detail here. How about we add some more information to strengthen this section?" This phrasing implies collaboration, making the feedback feel supportive rather than critical. In situations where you need to address multiple people, indirect feedback can also be useful. Instead of singling out individuals, address the group as a whole. For example, if you're leading a team meeting and notice that participation is low, rather than pointing out specific people, you might say, "I've found that meetings are most productive when everyone shares their insights. Let's make sure we're hearing from all voices." This indirect reminder encourages greater involvement without making anyone feel targeted. This principle also reminds us to choose our tone carefully. Feedback that is too blunt can feel harsh, while an indirect approach often allows for a gentler tone, making the feedback easier to accept. Suppose you're working with a colleague who frequently misses deadlines. Instead of directly calling out each missed deadline, you could mention the impact of timely work on the team's success, saying something like, "Meeting our deadlines really keeps everyone on track. It makes a big difference." This way, they're reminded of the importance of punctuality without feeling criticized. In personal relationships, indirect feedback can also prevent minor issues from escalating. If a family member has a habit that's starting to wear on you, bringing it up indirectly can prevent tension. For instance, if they often leave dishes in the sink, instead of saying, "You never do the dishes," you might say, "It feels so nice when the kitchen is clean. It really makes a difference." This way, you highlight the desired behavior without making it a personal criticism, allowing them to adjust without feeling attacked. Carnegie's advice to call attention to mistakes indirectly encourages us to approach feedback with kindness and consideration. People are often more receptive to suggestions when they feel respected, and an indirect approach maintains their dignity. This approach is especially helpful with individuals who are sensitive to criticism or in situations where the relationship is particularly important, as it preserves trust and goodwill. One practical way to apply this principle is by focusing on the positive aspects of the person's work before addressing any issues. For example, if you're reviewing a presentation and notice a few areas for improvement, start by praising what they did well, saying, "You did a fantastic job on the visuals. They really stand out. There are just a couple of small tweaks we could make to ensure the message is as clear as possible." This way, the person feels recognized for their effort and is more receptive to fine-tuning their work. Another technique is to frame feedback as a question. Instead of stating what's wrong, ask if there might be another approach that could enhance the result. For instance, if someone's work could benefit from a bit more detail, you might ask, "Do you think adding a few more examples here would strengthen the report?" This phrasing allows them to consider the suggestion without feeling criticized and makes it easier for them to accept the feedback as a constructive improvement. By calling attention to people's mistakes indirectly, we shift the focus from criticism to growth. It's a way of showing respect for others' feelings while encouraging them to improve. This approach fosters a supportive environment where people feel safe to make adjustments without fear of judgment, which ultimately leads to a stronger, more productive relationship. So, the next time you need to address a mistake, consider the indirect approach. Start by focusing on positives, frame your feedback as a shared effort, and use questions or inclusive language to guide the conversation. You'll likely find that this approach not only makes feedback easier to accept, but also strengthens trust, making it more likely that both you and the other person will feel respected and motivated to grow. Few things can make feedback easier to accept than humility. Dale Carnegie suggested that when you need to address someone's mistakes, it's wise to first mention your own similar missteps. By acknowledging your own imperfections, you set a tone of empathy and openness, showing that everyone, including you, can make errors. This approach softens the conversation, helping the other person feel less defensive and more receptive to feedback. Talking about your own mistakes before criticizing another person serves multiple purposes. First, it builds rapport, as the other person sees that you're not coming from a place of judgment or superiority. It also encourages a culture of learning and growth, where mistakes are seen as opportunities to improve rather than reasons to feel ashamed. When someone sees that you're willing to share your own errors, they're more likely to feel comfortable discussing theirs, creating a foundation of trust. Carnegie tells the story of a manager who needed to address a recurring issue with an employee's work quality. Instead of diving straight into the employee's mistakes, the manager began by sharing a similar mistake he made earlier in his career. He explained how he had learned from it and improved over time. By framing the conversation this way, the manager helped the employee feel understood and less criticized, opening the door for a constructive conversation about how they could work together to improve the quality of their work. In a professional setting, this principle can be especially effective when giving feedback to junior team members or employees who are still learning. If a new team member makes a mistake, sharing your own early experiences with similar errors can make your feedback feel supportive rather than corrective. For example, if they missed a detail on a project, you might say, "I remember when I first started, I missed a similar detail. It's easy to overlook. Here's a trick I learned to catch it next time." This approach not only helps them feel supported, but also teaches them a useful strategy without making them feel singled out. In personal relationships, talking about your own mistakes before addressing another's can create a sense of partnership. If you want to discuss an issue with a friend, partner, or family member, sharing a personal example first demonstrates that you're not placing blame, but rather offering guidance from your own experience. Suppose your partner has a habit of running late. Rather than saying, "You're always late," you could start with, "I used to have a hard time managing my time, and it caused a lot of stress. Here's something that helped me." This way, the feedback feels like a shared journey of improvement rather than a criticism. One reason this principle is so effective is that it frames feedback as something that everyone needs and benefits from. By admitting your own mistakes, you're signaling that growth is a universal process, one that applies to you as much as to them. This approach creates a sense of equality, making the other person feel that you're in this together rather than judging from above. It fosters a growth-oriented mindset where both parties are open to learning and bettering themselves. Carnegie also believed that sharing our own mistakes reminds us to approach others with humility. By admitting our imperfections, we make it clear that we're not holding ourselves to a higher standard. This humility can be disarming, helping the other person feel less defensive and more willing to engage in a productive conversation. It shifts the dynamic from a critical one to a collaborative one, where both parties are working toward a common goal. Another benefit of talking about your own mistakes is that it shows you understand the challenges they're facing. If you're a leader giving feedback to a team member, sharing a personal story about a similar mistake demonstrates empathy. It shows that you've been in their shoes, which can make your feedback more relatable and easier to accept. For instance, if someone is struggling to manage a heavy workload, you might say, "I remember when I first had a workload like this. It was overwhelming. Here's how I managed to get through it." This approach not only offers advice, but also reassures them that they're not alone in their struggles. This principle can also help in moments of conflict. Suppose you're addressing a misunderstanding with a friend or family member. Instead of pointing out what they did wrong, you could start by acknowledging times when you've made similar mistakes. This might mean saying, "I know I've misunderstood things in the past too, and it's caused tension. Let's talk about how we can avoid this going forward." This approach demonstrates a willingness to look at the issue from both sides, making it easier to work through the problem without blame. By talking about your own mistakes first, you're also setting an example of accountability. You're showing that it's okay to acknowledge areas where you can improve, which encourages the other person to do the same. Over time, this approach fosters a culture of openness, where mistakes are seen as learning opportunities rather than failures. It teaches those around you that growth comes from self-reflection and a willingness to learn from past experiences. To apply this principle, take a moment to reflect on similar challenges or mistakes you've faced before addressing someone else's errors. Think about how you've grown from those experiences and consider sharing that story first. This can set a positive tone for the conversation, making the other person more receptive to any feedback that follows. When you share your story, be sincere and specific, showing that you genuinely relate to what they're going through and offering practical insights from your own journey. In practice, this might mean saying, "I remember when I was handling a similar project, I missed a few things because I was rushing. Now, I've learned to double-check certain details. I think that approach might help here too." By framing feedback this way, you offer them a strategy without making it feel like a criticism. They're more likely to take your advice seriously because it's presented as guidance rather than judgment. Carnegie's advice to talk about your own mistakes before criticizing the other person is about creating an atmosphere of empathy and respect. When we acknowledge our imperfections, we remind others and ourselves that growth is a shared journey. This approach not only makes feedback easier to accept, but also strengthens relationships as people feel supported rather than judged. So, next time you need to provide feedback, start by reflecting on your own experiences. Share a similar mistake you've made and offer your insights in a way that feels constructive and empathetic. You'll likely find that this approach not only makes your feedback more effective, but also fosters a culture of learning, trust, and mutual respect, one where both you and the other person can grow together. One of the most respectful ways to guide others is to ask questions instead of issuing direct orders. Dale Carnegie believed that people respond far more positively when they feel they're part of the decision-making process. By asking questions, you invite others to think for themselves, engage with the problem, and take ownership of the solution. It's a subtle shift, but it transforms an order into a collaborative effort, creating a sense of partnership rather than command. When people feel they have a say, they're more likely to approach the task with enthusiasm and a sense of purpose. Asking questions encourages them to think critically and come up with solutions, rather than feeling like they're simply following orders. For example, instead of saying, "Complete this report by the end of the day," you might ask, "Do you think it's possible to wrap up this report by the end of the day?" This approach feels less like a demand and more like a request for collaboration. Carnegie shares the story of a factory manager who transformed his interactions with employees by asking questions rather than giving orders. Instead of saying, "Do this task," he would ask, "How do you think we should handle this?" Or, "What approach would you take here?" By using questions, he empowered his employees to take ownership of their work, which improved both morale and productivity. The employees felt respected and trusted, and they responded with greater motivation and dedication to their tasks. This principle is particularly effective in leadership roles, where asking questions can foster a culture of responsibility and accountability. Suppose you're managing a team and need them to adjust their approach to a project. Rather than telling them exactly what to do, you might ask, "What do you think we can change to improve our results?" This question invites the team to reflect, brainstorm, and take ownership of the solution, leading to a more committed and engaged team. Asking questions also opens the door for fresh ideas. When you avoid giving direct orders, you allow others to bring their unique perspectives and expertise to the table. This approach often leads to innovative solutions, as people feel free to explore different approaches rather than just executing instructions. For example, in a brainstorming session, rather than dictating a specific direction, you might ask, "What are some ways we could approach this challenge?" This open-ended question encourages creative thinking and can yield ideas that might not have surfaced otherwise. In personal relationships, asking questions instead of giving orders can help maintain harmony and mutual respect. If you need help with a household task, for instance, rather than saying, "Take out the trash," you might ask, "Could you help with taking out the trash?" This phrasing feels like a request rather than a demand, making it more likely the other person will respond positively. It shows that you value their autonomy, fostering a cooperative atmosphere rather than one of command and control. This principle can also be applied in conflict resolution. When tensions are high, asking questions can help de-escalate the situation by inviting the other person to share their perspective. Instead of saying, "You need to change your approach," you might ask, "How do you think we could work together more effectively?" This question acknowledges their perspective and opens the door for collaboration, making it easier to find common ground without triggering defensiveness. Carnegie also points out that asking questions demonstrates humility. By reframing instructions as questions, you show that you're not assuming you know the best way forward. Instead, you're open to input and willing to learn from others. This humility builds trust, as people see that you're interested in their ideas and respect their abilities. Over time, this approach fosters a culture of mutual respect and shared responsibility. One effective way to apply this principle is by using questions to guide people towards solutions rather than handing them the answer. For example, if someone is struggling with a task, rather than giving them step-by-step instructions, you might ask, "What do you think the next step should be?" This question encourages problem-solving and helps them build confidence in their own decision-making skills. It also reinforces the idea that you're there to support, not to dictate. In team settings, asking questions instead of giving orders can also foster a sense of ownership. When team members feel that they're part of the decision-making process, they're more likely to stay committed to the outcome. Suppose you're working on a deadline-driven project and need everyone's best effort. Instead of saying, "We need everyone to stay late to meet this deadline," you might ask, "How can we work together to make sure we meet this deadline?" This question shifts the focus from a directive to a shared mission, creating a sense of unity and purpose. In teaching or mentoring roles, this principle can be especially effective. Asking questions encourages learners to think critically and find answers on their own, which enhances their understanding and retention. Instead of telling a student the answer, asking, "What do you think could solve this problem?" guides them toward discovery and self-confidence. This approach reinforces the learning process and helps students become independent thinkers. Another benefit of asking questions is that it invites feedback and collaboration. By reframing directives as questions, you make it clear that you value input and are open to suggestions. For example, in a meeting, instead of saying, "We'll proceed with this strategy," you could ask, "What do you all think about proceeding with this strategy?" This small shift creates a sense of inclusion, inviting the team to share any concerns or ideas they might have. It also increases the chances of spotting potential issues early as people feel more comfortable speaking up. To effectively use this principle, focus on asking open-ended questions that encourage thought and reflection. Instead of questions that can be answered with a simple yes or no, choose questions that prompt deeper responses. For example, rather than asking, "Can you do this?" try, "How would you approach this?" or "What's your perspective on this?" These types of questions invite others to engage, think critically, and take ownership of their response. Carnegie's principle of asking questions instead of giving direct orders is about creating a collaborative atmosphere where people feel respected and empowered. By framing instructions as questions, you invite others to participate actively, helping them feel valued and involved. This approach not only improves the quality of their work, but also strengthens relationships by fostering a sense of mutual respect and shared responsibility. So, next time you're tempted to give a direct order, consider turning it into a question. Invite others to engage, ask for their input, and show that you value their perspective. You'll likely find that this approach leads to greater cooperation, creativity, and commitment, creating a positive and productive environment where everyone feels invested in the outcome. In any relationship, personal or professional, preserving dignity is essential to maintaining trust and respect. Dale Carnegie understood that when people feel humiliated or embarrassed, it can create lasting resentment, impacting future interactions. That's why he emphasized the importance of allowing others to save face. When we give others the chance to maintain their pride, even when they've made mistakes, we foster a respectful environment that encourages growth and preserves goodwill. The concept of saving face is about helping someone avoid public embarrassment or shame. It's a way of handling mistakes or sensitive situations with discretion and tact. Imagine if you've just received an incomplete report from a colleague. Instead of publicly pointing out the oversight in a meeting, you might approach them privately and say, "I noticed a couple of points that might need clarification. Can we go over them together?" This approach allows the person to correct their error without feeling exposed or humiliated. Carnegie shares a story of a factory owner who had to reprimand a foreman for poor handling of materials. Instead of berating him in front of the workers, the factory owner invited him into his office and discussed the issue privately, acknowledging the foreman's past accomplishments before addressing the current problem. By handling the situation with respect, the factory owner preserved the foreman's dignity and maintained his morale. This simple act of consideration strengthened their relationship and encouraged the foreman to improve without the sting of public embarrassment. In the workplace, allowing others to save face can be vital to maintaining team morale. Mistakes happen, and calling attention to them publicly can cause people to feel embarrassed or resentful. Suppose a team member makes an error in a presentation. Instead of correcting them on the spot, you could address it privately afterward, offering guidance in a way that respects their feelings. This approach preserves their self-esteem and helps build a trusting, supportive atmosphere where people feel safe to learn from their mistakes. In personal relationships, allowing others to save face can help prevent unnecessary conflict. If a friend or family member says something incorrect, correcting them in front of others may lead to embarrassment. Instead, consider mentioning it in private, in a way that feels supportive rather than critical. For example, you might say, "I think there might have been a little mix-up in what you said earlier, but it was no big deal." This approach allows them to correct their error without feeling judged, preserving the positive energy of the relationship. One key to letting others save face is to choose the right moment for feedback. Often, immediate correction isn't necessary, and waiting for a more private, calm moment can make all the difference. In a team setting, if an employee makes an error, a quiet follow-up after the meeting respects their dignity and reduces the risk of hurt feelings. Timing matters, and showing patience in these situations demonstrates empathy and respect. Another way to help someone save face is by taking responsibility for any misunderstandings or shared errors. If a project doesn't go as planned, instead of assigning blame, you might say, "It seems like there was a miscommunication on both sides. Let's look at how we can avoid this next time." This phrasing avoids singling anyone out and maintains a sense of unity, helping everyone involved feel that their dignity is respected. Carnegie's principle of letting the other person save face is about empathy and understanding. It's a reminder that, while correction and accountability are important, they don't have to come at the expense of someone's pride. In fact, when we help others save face, we encourage them to correct mistakes without fear of judgment. This approach fosters a more positive, growth-oriented environment where people feel comfortable taking responsibility. In leadership, letting others save face is essential for effective team management. Leaders who make a habit of public criticism often find that their teams are less motivated, more defensive, and less willing to take initiative. On the other hand, leaders who offer feedback privately and with respect build trust, creating a team that's more engaged, collaborative, and loyal. By helping team members maintain their dignity, leaders build an environment where people are willing to take risks and learn from their mistakes. To apply this principle effectively, think about how you would want to be treated if the roles were reversed. Imagine you've made a mistake in a high-stakes project. Would you prefer public criticism, or would you appreciate a private conversation where the issue is addressed respectfully? By putting ourselves in the other person's shoes, we gain insight into the importance of discretion and empathy in delivering feedback. Another practical way to help someone save face is to acknowledge their strengths before addressing areas for improvement. By starting with praise, you remind them of their value, making the feedback feel like constructive guidance rather than a critique. For instance, if you're giving feedback to a colleague, you might say, "Your attention to detail really stands out, and it's clear you put a lot of effort into this project. There are just a few small tweaks that could make it even stronger." This approach not only helps them save face, but also motivates them to keep improving. This principle is especially important in moments of conflict. When addressing an issue with a friend, partner, or colleague, give them room to explain their perspective without feeling attacked. This might mean saying, "I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate your point of view." This phrasing allows them to feel respected, even if there's a disagreement, making it easier to resolve the conflict amicably. Carnegie's advice to let the other person save face is ultimately about preserving the relationship while encouraging improvement. It's a principle that promotes respect, empathy, and tact, reminding us that effective communication doesn't need to be harsh or blunt. When we show others that their dignity matters to us, we create an environment where trust and goodwill can flourish. So, the next time you need to provide feedback or address an issue, think about how you can help the other person save face. Choose your words, timing, and setting carefully, and approach the conversation with empathy. You'll likely find that this approach not only makes the feedback easier to accept, but also strengthens the relationship, creating a foundation of respect and understanding that benefits everyone involved. One of the most effective ways to inspire people and help them grow is to recognize and praise even their smallest improvements. Dale Carnegie understood that progress often happens in small steps, and each step forward deserves recognition. By acknowledging every improvement, no matter how minor, you encourage people to keep trying, building their confidence and reinforcing positive behavior. Praise acts as fuel, motivating people to keep pushing themselves and helping them realize they're on the right path. Praising every improvement doesn't mean exaggerating or offering empty flattery. It's about noticing and acknowledging genuine progress. When people feel that their efforts are recognized, they're more likely to stay engaged and committed. For instance, if a team member makes strides in meeting deadlines, even if they're still not perfect, recognizing their improvement can give them the boost they need to keep working on it. A simple, "I noticed you've been finishing tasks a bit faster. Keep up the great work," goes a long way in reinforcing their progress and showing them that their efforts are valued. Carnegie shares the story of a manager who had an employee struggling with productivity. Instead of focusing on what the employee was still missing, the manager started by praising small, positive changes. Every time the employee made a slight improvement, the manager acknowledged it, no matter how incremental it was. Over time, these small bits of encouragement built the employee's confidence, eventually leading to significant gains in productivity. By focusing on what the employee was doing right, rather than pointing out what was still lacking, the manager helped build a sense of pride and motivation. In a professional environment, this principle can significantly boost team morale. Employees who feel that their progress is recognized are more likely to stay motivated and invested in their work. For example, if someone on your team is working on improving their presentation skills, acknowledge even the smallest enhancements, such as better pacing or clearer visuals. Say, "I noticed you're working on the pacing, it's improving, and it makes your presentation even more engaging." This praise reinforces their effort, encouraging them to keep refining their skills. In personal relationships, praising every improvement can strengthen bonds and create a positive atmosphere. Suppose a friend or family member is working on changing a habit, like exercising more or cooking healthier meals. Acknowledging their progress, even small steps, like cooking one healthy meal a week, shows that you see their effort and support their journey. You might say, "I noticed you're making an effort to eat healthier meals. It's inspiring." This kind of encouragement reinforces their progress and makes them feel appreciated, which in turn helps them stay committed. This principle also reminds us to focus on the positive aspects of people's efforts. Instead of zeroing in on what's still not perfect, we learn to appreciate the steps people are taking toward improvement. In any growth process, setbacks and slow progress are natural. But when we praise each forward step, we reinforce the behavior we want to see more of. For instance, if a child is learning to play a musical instrument rather than focusing on mistakes, you might praise them for mastering a new chord or for simply practicing consistently. This praise builds their confidence, making it more likely they'll stick with it and continue improving. One of the keys to applying this principle effectively is to be specific in your praise. General compliments like "good job" can feel hollow, while specific praise like "I can tell you're getting the hang of that new software, it's making a difference," shows that you're truly noticing their progress. By pointing out exactly what they're improving, you reinforce those behaviors and help them understand what's working well. Carnegie's advice to praise every improvement also helps us build a positive feedback loop. When people see that their efforts are recognized, they're more likely to continue those behaviors, creating a cycle of motivation and improvement. This cycle not only boosts their self-confidence, but also strengthens the relationship, as they feel supported and encouraged by those around them. In leadership, praising every improvement is essential for effective team development. Great leaders understand that growth is a journey, and they recognize each step forward as part of that journey. By offering specific praise for small improvements, leaders create an environment where team members feel valued and empowered. For instance, If someone on your team is learning to manage their time more effectively, acknowledge even small improvements, such as meeting one more deadline than before. This praise shows that you're invested in their growth and that their progress matters. In a teaching or mentoring role, praising each step forward can have a profound impact on learning. Students or mentees who feel that their progress is acknowledged are more likely to stay engaged and motivated. For example, if a student is struggling with a subject but starts to show improvement, even if it's just a slight increase in test scores, praise their effort. Say, "I can see the hard work you're putting in. It's paying off." This small bit of encouragement can be the difference between them feeling defeated and feeling inspired to keep going. To make this principle part of your daily interactions, make a habit of looking for positive changes, no matter how minor. Instead of waiting for big achievements, acknowledge progress along the way. Acknowledge improvements in attitude, effort, or consistency, not just results. By reinforcing these small victories, you're encouraging a growth mindset where people feel motivated to keep striving. Another benefit of this principle is that it builds a foundation of trust and positivity. When people know you'll recognize their efforts, they're more willing to take on challenges and push themselves. They know that even if they don't achieve perfection, their progress will be appreciated, which fosters a sense of psychological safety. This environment of support and encouragement helps people feel more comfortable taking risks and trying new things, as they know their efforts will be recognized, not just the end result. This principle also helps in situations where someone may be struggling. By focusing on their small successes, you shift their attention from what's not working to what they're improving. This focus on the positive can build resilience, helping them stay motivated even when progress feels slow. For example, if a friend is working on a long-term goal like losing weight, praise every small win, like choosing a healthier snack or going for a walk. This encouragement can make a tough journey feel more achievable and keeps them focused on the progress they're making. Carnegie's advice to praise every improvement reminds us that growth is rarely immediate and that every bit of progress is valuable. By recognizing these small steps, we not only inspire others to keep going, but also create a supportive environment where people feel seen and valued for their efforts. This principle encourages us to focus on potential, to believe in the capacity for growth, and to offer encouragement at each stage of the journey. So, next time you see someone making progress, no matter how small, take a moment to acknowledge it. Offer specific praise, show appreciation for their effort, and let them know you see their improvement. You'll likely find that this approach not only boosts their motivation, but also strengthens your relationship, creating a foundation of trust and support that inspires ongoing growth and success. One of the most powerful ways to inspire improvement in others is to give them a strong, positive reputation to live up to. Dale Carnegie recognized that people naturally want to align with positive expectations, especially if they feel others see the best in them. When we express faith in someone's abilities or character, we set a high standard that they're likely to strive toward. This principle is not about manipulation. It's about genuinely recognizing someone's potential and giving them a reason to live up to it. Giving someone a fine reputation to live up to means highlighting their best qualities and speaking to the potential you see in them. When we tell others, "I know you're capable of this," or "You're the kind of person who handles challenges with grace," we're reinforcing positive traits. For example, if an employee has been inconsistent with deadlines, but you know they're skilled and organized, you might say, "You're one of our most dependable team members, and I know I can count on you to meet this deadline." This simple statement of confidence can boost their motivation and remind them of the qualities you admire in them. Carnegie shares a story of a factory foreman who wanted to improve the work ethic of one of his employees. Instead of criticizing him, the foreman told the worker that he was known for his reliability and thoroughness, setting an expectation of excellence. The worker, feeling honored by this reputation, took the foreman's words to heart and rose to meet the expectation. By reinforcing the employee's positive qualities, the foreman encouraged him to fulfill that reputation and ultimately improved his performance. In professional settings, giving someone a positive reputation to live up to can enhance team morale and drive excellence. When you see potential in your team members and articulate it, you help them see themselves in a new light. Suppose a team member struggles with presentation skills but has strong ideas and insights. You might say, "I know you've got some of the most valuable insights here, and I'm looking forward to seeing you confidently share them in the next meeting." This encouragement doesn't ignore their challenges. Instead, it focuses on the strengths they can build upon. In personal relationships, this principle can strengthen bonds and foster mutual respect. For instance, if a family member or friend has a habit they're trying to change, highlighting their best traits can inspire them to keep working towards self-improvement. Let's say your partner has recently started being more mindful about work-life balance. You might say, "I really admire the way you're managing things. You're someone who values balance, and it's inspiring to see." This affirmation reinforces their efforts and helps them feel seen and supported. One reason this principle works so well is that people often live up to the labels or expectations set for them. When we give someone a reputation for being diligent, kind, or creative, they feel encouraged to act in alignment with that image. On the other hand, when people are criticized or labeled negatively, they're more likely to feel discouraged and trapped by those labels. By focusing on someone's positive traits and potential, we help them feel empowered and motivated to live up to those qualities. To use this principle effectively, it's important to be sincere and specific. Generic praise can feel insincere, but a reputation based on genuine observation carries weight. If you want someone to live up to a reputation of responsibility, for instance, recognize specific instances when they've demonstrated reliability. Saying something like, "You've shown time and again that you're a person who follows through," gives them a clear, specific image to aspire to. Carnegie's advice to give others a fine reputation to live up to also fosters a growth-oriented mindset. When we focus on what people are capable of becoming, rather than solely on who they are now, we encourage them to continue improving. This perspective allows us to see others' potential rather than their limitations, which can be transformative in any relationship. By showing others that we believe in their growth, we make it easier for them to believe in it too. In leadership, this principle is particularly powerful. Effective leaders understand that people perform at their best when they feel trusted and valued. By giving team members a fine reputation to live up to, leaders create an environment of respect and positivity. Suppose you're managing a team member who's new to their role. Rather than focusing on what they have yet to learn, you might say, "I can tell you're someone who picks things up quickly and is committed to doing great work here." This statement sets a high expectation, giving them confidence and a sense of pride in their abilities. In teaching and mentoring, giving others a fine reputation to live up to can encourage students or mentees to reach their full potential. Suppose you're mentoring someone who's learning a new skill but struggling. Instead of pointing out their shortcomings, remind them of their strengths and let them know that you see their progress. You might say, "You've got a natural talent for this. You're on your way to mastering it." This reputation helps them see their journey as a process of growth, making it easier for them to stay committed. This principle can also play a role in resolving conflicts. When tensions arise, reinforcing the other person's positive qualities can make it easier to address issues constructively. For example, if you're working through a disagreement with a friend, you might say, "I know you're a fair-minded person who values honesty, and I really respect that about you." This reminder of their best qualities makes it easier to work through the disagreement without letting negative emotions take over. In personal development, giving yourself a fine reputation to live up to can be just as impactful. Think about the qualities you admire in others and consider how you can embody those qualities yourself. Telling yourself, "I'm a disciplined person who follows through on commitments," sets a positive expectation that can guide your actions. Over time, as you act in alignment with this self-image, you'll find it easier to build the habits and mindset you desire. To apply this principle, focus on identifying and highlighting the positive attributes of those around you. Be specific in your praise and articulate the qualities you admire. Expressing confidence in someone's ability to grow and succeed not only strengthens your relationship, but also gives them the encouragement they need to reach their potential. Carnegie's advice to give others a fine reputation to live up to is about seeing people as they can be, not just as they are. It's a principle grounded in belief and encouragement, reminding us that we all have the power to inspire others by highlighting their best qualities. By focusing on potential rather than shortcomings, we create an environment where people feel supported, valued, and motivated to grow. So, next time you interact with someone, think about the qualities you'd like to see them embody and let them know you believe in their capacity to live up to them. You'll likely find that this approach not only inspires growth, but also deepens mutual respect, creating a foundation of positivity and shared aspiration. When people are struggling with a challenge or facing a setback, encouragement can be one of the most effective tools for helping them overcome it. Dale Carnegie believed that, rather than focusing on the difficulty of a mistake or fault, we should help others see it as something manageable. By breaking down challenges and expressing confidence in their ability to improve, we give people the courage to keep going, to try again, and to make positive changes. This principle is based on the understanding that mistakes and obstacles often seem daunting, especially if they're met with criticism or negative reactions. However, when someone reassures us that a mistake is normal and correctable, it becomes easier to approach it with a growth mindset. Suppose you're working with a colleague who's struggling with a new software program. Instead of emphasizing how far they are from mastering it, you might say, "You're picking it up quickly. It just takes a bit of practice, and you'll get the hang of it in no time." This approach reduces the intimidation factor and boosts their confidence. Carnegie shares a story about a manager who was helping a new employee struggling with the technical aspects of his job. Rather than focusing on the employee's mistakes, the manager encouraged him by saying, "You're improving every day. It took me a while to get the hang of this too, but you're already making great progress." This reassurance helped the employee relax, allowing him to focus on learning rather than worrying about his shortcomings. By framing the fault as a temporary and fixable issue, the manager made it easier for the employee to approach his work with confidence and determination. In professional settings, using encouragement to make faults seem easy to correct can significantly boost team morale. When people feel that their mistakes are manageable, they're more likely to stay motivated and engaged. Suppose a team member is falling behind on a project. Instead of pointing out everything that's unfinished, you could say, "You're making good progress, and I know you'll catch up soon. Let's tackle the remaining tasks together." This encouragement shifts their focus from the setback to the solution, making it easier for them to take the necessary steps to catch up. In personal relationships, encouragement can strengthen bonds by creating a supportive environment. If a friend or family member is working on a new skill or trying to improve a habit, acknowledging their efforts and reassuring them that progress takes time can make a huge difference. Suppose your partner is learning to cook, but is struggling with a recipe. Instead of focusing on what went wrong, you might say, "Every time you try, you're getting better. This is all part of the process." This small encouragement helps them stay motivated, making it more likely they'll continue trying. This principle also helps build resilience, as it teaches people to view setbacks as temporary. When we respond to mistakes with encouragement, we're helping others develop a mindset that views challenges as part of the learning process. For example, if a student is struggling with a particular subject, rather than pointing out all the areas they need to improve, a teacher might say, "This concept takes time to master, but with a little more practice, you'll get there." This reassurance reinforces the idea that improvement is within reach, helping the student approach the subject with confidence rather than frustration. One key to using encouragement effectively is to be specific and sincere. Vague statements like, "You'll figure it out," can sometimes feel hollow, whereas specific encouragement, "You're really close to getting this, just a bit more practice and you'll have it down," shows that you're genuinely invested in their success. Specificity makes the encouragement feel authentic and gives the person a clear sense of what they're doing well. Carnegie's principle of using encouragement and making faults seem easy to correct also reinforces a growth-oriented mindset. When we focus on what's possible rather than what's lacking, we create an environment where people feel comfortable taking risks and learning from their mistakes. This approach makes it clear that improvement is always possible and that temporary setbacks are a natural part of the journey. In leadership, this principle is essential for effective coaching and development. Leaders who encourage their team members to view mistakes as manageable challenges create a culture of resilience and positivity. Suppose a team member is hesitant to take on a new responsibility because they fear making mistakes. A leader might say, "Everyone needs a bit of time to adjust to something new, but I know you have the skills for this. Let's break it down into smaller steps to make it easier." This reassurance not only helps the team member approach the task with confidence, but also builds their trust in the leader's guidance. In teaching or mentoring, using encouragement is especially impactful. When learners feel that their mistakes are normal and correctable, they're more willing to engage with difficult material and push through challenges. For example, if a mentee is struggling with public speaking, a mentor might say, "Everyone feels nervous at first, but with each speech, it gets easier. You're already making great strides." This supportive language helps them focus on gradual improvement rather than immediate perfection. Another benefit of this principle is that it builds self-confidence. When people hear that others believe in their ability to improve, they start to believe in it themselves. This belief becomes a powerful motivator, helping them to approach future challenges with a can-do attitude. By framing a mistake as easy to correct, we give them the gift of self-assurance, which can have lasting positive effects on their mindset. To apply this principle effectively, look for opportunities to praise specific aspects of someone's effort and offer reassurance that improvement is within reach. If a friend is trying to develop a new skill, like learning a language, and they're struggling with pronunciation, instead of focusing on their mistakes, you might say, "Your vocabulary is growing fast, and pronunciation will come with practice. It's just a matter of time." This encouragement acknowledges their efforts while gently reminding them that challenges are part of the process. Carnegie's advice to use encouragement and make faults seem easy to correct reminds us to approach feedback with empathy and optimism. By helping others see their mistakes as manageable, we empower them to keep going, to embrace challenges, and to believe in their ability to improve. This principle creates a supportive environment where people feel inspired to learn and grow, knowing they have someone cheering them on every step of the way. So, the next time you see someone struggling or making a mistake, remember to offer encouragement. Let them know you believe in their potential, remind them that every skill takes time, and make the fault feel like an easy step on the road to improvement. You'll likely find that this approach not only motivates them to keep going, but also strengthens your relationship, creating a foundation of trust and support that empowers growth and lasting success. One of the most impactful ways to inspire action and cooperation is to make the other person feel genuinely pleased about doing what you suggest. Dale Carnegie believed that people respond best when they feel that their own interests align with yours. When we frame requests in a way that highlights the benefits for the other person, we create a sense of mutual purpose that makes them not only willing, but also happy to help. This principle is about showing that our requests are not just self-serving, but valuable to everyone involved. Making someone happy about following a suggestion means understanding their perspective and speaking to what motivates them. When we consider their needs and desires, we can present our ideas in a way that resonates. For instance, if you're asking a coworker to take on additional responsibilities, rather than focusing solely on what you need, consider what's in it for them. You might say, "This project could be a great opportunity to showcase your skills to leadership. Your insights have really made a difference here, and this would be a chance to take that even further." By highlighting the opportunity for growth, you make them feel valued and excited to take on the task. Carnegie shares a story of a father who wanted his son to stop smoking. Instead of lecturing him about the health risks, he told his son that he respected his independence and trusted him to make mature decisions. He then suggested they work together on a fitness goal that required the son to be in peak physical shape, subtly aligning the son's interests with the idea of quitting smoking. By appealing to his son's sense of responsibility and desire to be fit, the father helped him see the value of the decision on his own terms, which led to a positive change. In professional settings, making others happy about fulfilling a suggestion can greatly improve collaboration and productivity. When team members feel that their efforts are appreciated and that the outcome benefits them as well, they're far more likely to be enthusiastic. Suppose you're leading a project and need the team to put in extra hours. Instead of simply asking for the time, frame it as a shared mission. "I know this project has been a lot of work, but it's a great chance for us all to make an impact and show what we're capable of. This could really set us up for future success." This approach shifts the focus from obligation to shared purpose, making them feel inspired rather than burdened. In personal relationships, this principle can create a sense of partnership and understanding. For example, if you want your partner to help with a task, like organizing a family gathering, consider how it might align with their interests. You might say, "You're always so great at making people feel welcome. I know they'll feel at ease with your help." This statement not only shows appreciation, but also makes the task feel rewarding, giving them a positive reason to contribute. One of the key aspects of making others happy about doing something is to recognize and respect their autonomy. People respond positively when they feel they're making a choice rather than being forced into something. By suggesting rather than demanding, we allow others to feel ownership over their decision, making it easier for them to commit wholeheartedly. For instance, instead of saying, "You need to complete this report by the end of the day," try, "If we can get this report in by the end of the day, it will really help us stay on track for the project. Do you think that's doable?" This phrasing lets them feel they have a say in the matter, creating a cooperative dynamic. Carnegie's advice to make the other person happy about doing what you suggest also reminds us to appeal to people's aspirations and sense of achievement. When we align our requests with their personal goals, we're encouraging them to see the bigger picture. For example, if you're a manager asking an employee to take on a challenging project, you could frame it as an opportunity for growth. This project would really benefit from your expertise, and it could be a great way to showcase your skills in a new area. By tying the request to their career development, you make them feel that the task isn't just a duty, but a stepping stone toward their goals. In sales, customer service, or client interactions, making the other person feel happy about a suggestion can build stronger relationships and lead to better outcomes. Instead of pushing a product, you might ask questions that help clients see how it aligns with their needs and desires. For instance, a salesperson could say, "This software can streamline the specific processes you mentioned, freeing up time for your team to focus on creative projects. I think it's a tool that could really enhance the work you're already doing." This approach makes it clear that the suggestion is genuinely beneficial to them, building trust and rapport. To apply this principle effectively, focus on understanding the other person's goals, values, and motivations. When you know what they care about, you can frame your suggestion in a way that appeals to those interests. For instance, if you're encouraging a friend to start a fitness routine, you might say, "I know you love feeling energized. It's amazing how even a short workout can make such a difference in your day." By connecting the suggestion to something they already value, you make it easier for them to feel motivated. Another important element of this principle is gratitude. When someone fulfills a request or takes on a task, show your appreciation. Let them know that their efforts have a positive impact and that their contributions are valued. A simple "thank you" or "I really appreciate your help with this" reinforces the idea that their decision to help was worthwhile. This gratitude doesn't just acknowledge their effort, it also strengthens the relationship, making them more likely to help in the future. Carnegie's advice to make the other person happy about doing what you suggest is ultimately about creating harmony and goodwill. By aligning our requests with others' interests, we foster an environment where cooperation feels natural, not forced. This principle encourages us to think about what motivates others, showing that we care about their needs as much as our own. When people feel respected and valued, they're more likely to respond positively, creating a foundation for mutual success. So, next time you need to ask someone for help or suggest a course of action, take a moment to consider what's in it for them. Frame your request in a way that aligns with their goals, express genuine appreciation, and let them see how their contribution makes a difference. You'll likely find that this approach not only leads to cooperation, but also strengthens your relationship, building a foundation of trust, respect, and shared purpose.